Morning, morning. This just changed, honestly, in the last minute. I tweeted them. So I don't know what is going on. Before it just said webcast will be here. Now we have this. Sorry, video does not exist. I'm hoping that this is going to get fixed here because talk about last minute. Linda, CK, Nikki tweeted reply on their post. Thank you. Yeah, let's help them out because they don't seem to have their shit together over there. That would be appreciated. Send them a little tweet asking what's going on, and maybe they've got some redirect or something. This doesn't seem to be. And this honestly changed within the last, I'd say, 2 minutes. I've never seen this before. It just says webcast will start shortly. You guys have all seen that before. Molly Denver, good morning. Caper Gal. Oh dear, good morning. Says there'll be another MCC with Blair and Lucky. Oh, I think the things are just heating up. Just wait. This one's, the trucker, they that one's way out in front, but it's simmering. I don't know if you can hear the tone of my voice, but it's certainly simmering in the background. Big time. Blue Nose, Cindy, Nosy Scotian. Is it actually live? I have no idea. That's a good question. It's working now. Okay, let's try refresh. Okay. Thank you. You guys are all over. Thank you, Julia Rock. So I have a feeling that this may be an hour of sheer numbers. Glow Watcher. I think we're good now. Is it live? Who knows? I expect you're going to see a lot of documents. It's just going to be numbers. So pens, paper handy. We're going to have to somehow regroup here and cut these up because there's going to be a few. Is my feeling. A lot of reading. And I don't think this will be the last one, I suspect. Yeah, I would say it's high number. Just leave it there. I think it's going to be a lot. But there may be some things coming that might answer some questions. And also raise a whole bunch of new ones, I would think. I didn't want this day to ever come, I suspect. And do keep in mind, whatever number of documents that they release at this point in time, yeah, I know, just read.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
Wow. Your audio blows. The reverb on it. I don't know what's going on over there. That's not on my end. That's on their end. A lot of documents. And so that leads to the point that I was going to say. Do keep in mind that we're I think we're over 65,000 right now, right? So if you do the math, roughly they've released about 5,000. Okay, here we go. Get that water. I think they could give them blue screen tech. That's a little better. Pens, paper, handy, remember, but we'll have a record of it, so. You guys got the reverb audio before, right? That was working. I think they're just sitting there doing nothing. Yeah. Pulling strings. Ottawa's pulling strings. Somebody just let me know that the audio was working before. I know they're not speaking, so. What? Well, it was working before. It said with that terrible reverb they had.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Bonjour and bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, including those here in Nova Scotia, across Canada, and in the United States, and all others affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Although public proceedings concluded on September 23rd, we are reconvening briefly today to mark additional documents as exhibits. The Commission requires any outstanding documents that should be part of the public record and that may inform our final report to be marked as exhibits. Participants, council, and Commission teams have been working to bring forward a large number of the final groups of documents, including supporting material for public proceedings that were not previously marked, transcripts of recent interviews, correspondence between the Commission and participants for the public record, and documents produced to the Commission after the completion of the public proceedings. As you know, we've been under time constraints throughout this inquiry and with this complex mandate, but we are committed to completing the final report within our time frame, ensuring it is both comprehensive and effective. The documents to be exhibited today were shared with participants in advance, and we are providing time for any participants who want to make submissions based on any of these additions. We know this is not optimal, given the number of documents, but we continue to believe that participant input is important while we also strive to work within our time frame. We are appreciative of the effort that participants and council have put into reviewing material. This appreciation also extends to the public and the media. Our hope is that you will review the documents of interest to you in the coming weeks and months. I will now turn to Commissioner McDonald for further details. Thank you.
As you know, we have faced significant challenges relating to document disclosure in the course of our work. Many of the documents that will be tabled today were shared with the Commission either very late in the proceedings or after public proceedings concluded. While there is a tremendous amount of content, our intent is to have it all available for your access and review, in addition to being available to us as we write our final report. As the Commission continues to make progress in preparing the final report, we we encourage participants and other interested members of the public to stay engaged. To assist you, all transcripts from public proceedings are now available on the Commission's website, where you will also find the following: proceedings webcasts, the foundational documents and source materials, investigations supplementary reports, commissioned reports, and much more information about both what happened and how and why it happened. Addenda and errata to foundational documents arising from our work have also been added to the website, along with other related source materials. Addenda, as the name suggests, includes additional material, and errata, as well as the name suggests, include the correction of any errors. We also want to reiterate our thanks to the many people who met with us during the final few weeks of public proceedings, including those who took part in community stakeholder sessions, and especially to the family members who joined us in small group sessions to speak to us about their experiences of the mass casualty and suggested recommendations. These conversations were challenging. It took a lot of courage, but they will make a strong contribution to our ongoing work. We want to thank you all. We are currently focused on preparing the final report, and we remain committed to making sure it is rigorous and comprehensive, sharing findings of what happened and recommendations that are clear and implementable. As we have said, public safety is a shared responsibility and an opportunity. It will take many people in many settings and roles to help make our communities safer. I will now ask Senior Commission Counsel Jamie Van Wart to table today's documents. Mr. Van Wart.
Get ready for NASCAR on numbers. I think they're going to be a lot. Look at their faces. They're not happy. How can you write the end of the book when you don't have any of it?
Thank you, commissioners, and good morning. As the commissioners have indicated, our last day of proceedings was on September 23rd, and we are reconvening today for the purpose of marking a series of documents as exhibits. And the documents being marked as exhibits today really fall into three general categories. The first that are documents that had not yet been received by the Commission as of September 23rd. The second are documents that had been received by the Commission, but not yet fully reviewed and processed such that they were ready to be marked as exhibits by September 23rd. And finally, the third is documents that had been received by the Commission, but not yet identified as needing to be marked as exhibits by September 23rd. The number of documents being marked as exhibits today is 2,036. And that brings the total number of exhibits in the Mass Casualty Commission's public proceedings to 7,634. Marking these documents as exhibits today is a means by which documents that are not in the public domain can be shared with the public and considered by the Commission as it prepares its final report. All of the documents being marked as exhibits today will soon be available on the Mass Casualty Commission website. Exhibits are posted on the Foundational Documents page under the header Source Material and Additional Exhibits. To understand why documents are being marked as exhibits today, as opposed to earlier in the proceedings, it is important to emphasize that one of the many ways that public commissions differ from other legal proceedings is the pace and process by which they unfold. In order to complete our work within the limited time our mandate allows, the process of gathering and reviewing documents from various sources has taken place concurrently with witness interviews and public proceedings. This means that our understanding about the significance of some information has evolved as new information is learned. It also means that new issues have come to light relatively late in the process, prompting subsequent subpoenas for related documents to have been issued. The reality of the situation today is that the Commission is now at a stage where it must focus on writing the final report. Consequently, in recent weeks, our focus has shifted to finalizing the review of documents we have already received and, if appropriate, marking them as exhibits so they are available to both the public and to you, the commissioners. To this end, we set a deadline of October 4th to receive documents from the Government of Canada, which has been the source of most of the documents received by the Commission since the last day of hearings on September 23rd. All documents being marked as exhibits today have been shared with participants. Counsel for the many participants in our process, including families, governments, and community organizations, had and continue to have an opportunity to review and make submissions on documents received by the Commission. Even though the oral proceedings concluded on September 23rd, participant counsel provided written submissions to the Commission on October 7th. Further written submissions will be received from participant counsel on October 28th and November 14th. The participant counsel's written submissions will be posted on the Mass Casualty Commission's website located on the page entitled Procedural Documents and Decisions. Commissioners, with regards to the documents being marked as exhibits today, I'll give a general guide to the categories of the documents. There are 5 supplemental reports from the Mass Casualty Commission's investigators, along with 87 source documents referenced in these supplemental reports. There are 2 further foundational document errata, correcting some small typographical errors. There are 30 documents, which includes 4 summaries done by the Mass Casualty Commission's research and policy team, resulting from a scan for relevant international reports. There are 18 further transcripts of Mass Casualty Commission interviews. There is a policy book of collected relevant RCMP policies that have not yet been marked as exhibits. There are 42 letters exchanged between the Government of Canada and the Mass Casualty Commission. 70 documents referenced by participant counsel in their written and oral submissions. 27 documents requested to be marked as exhibits by participant counsel. 7 documents related to the recording of a meeting between members of the RCMP's H Division and the head office on April 28th, 2020. 13 documents related to the prosecution of Lisa Banfield. 50 documents from the RCMP relating to the issues management team, after event debriefing, strategic communications, a 2011 CISNS bulletin, record retentions, complaints made by Brenda Forbes, the Alert Ready system, and tactical armored vehicles. 21 documents related to the Serious Incident Response Team. 7 documents related to the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices. 6 documents related to the Provincial Police Service Agreement. 19 documents containing additional relevant portions of the notebooks of RCMP Chief Superintendent Chris Leather and retired Chief Superintendent Janice Gray. 208 documents related to the RCMP's Human Resource Management Information Systems records. 139 documents of additional memoranda of understanding and standard operating procedures. A series of 571 documents received by the Commission from the Government of Canada on August 31st, consisting of RCMP-related correspondence, reports, and documents. An additional 184 documents received from the Government of Canada subsequent to the last day of proceedings on September 23rd, including further RCMP officer notes, correspondence, reports, logs, policies, and videos. And finally, Commissioners, there are 529 additional documents that don't fall neatly within one category, but have been identified as being relevant to the work of the Commission. Madam Register, I would ask at this time if you could please mark the 2,036 documents you have been provided as exhibits.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wart. Those documents are so exhibited.
And thank you, commissioners. That concludes the comments from Commission Council.
Thank you, Mr. Van Ward, and everyone for joining us today. As usual, all of the documents tabled today will be available on the Commission's website. We'll continue to keep you updated on our progress as we develop the final report, which will be shared publicly by March 31st next year. In the meantime, please keep the many conversations taking place about ways to help make our communities safer. The discussion guide about the issues we're exploring can continue to be a helpful resource, along with all the other documents and information available on our website. We do appreciate your ongoing engagement and shared commitment to community safety. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned.
I was hoping for a hot mic moment there. Can you imagine? 2,036 documents. If they had to read that aloud, one by one, I think it would have dawned on people, like even who are kind of not closely following this one, how much information, and yet the ending, they've already got written. Don't you know? Oh, there's people that dispute that there should be a delay? Really? Huh. What is it? What do we have here? Oh, it's changing. Now it's 70%. 70%? Is there glow in here that's pumping that number or no? Who would ask to just NASCAR this through? You can't write the end, the report, your investigation file until you have all the information. 2,036, do the math. I think that comes out to about 40% of documents, brand new, of what they've released. That's atrocious. Has their website been updated yet? Well, still got to keep pushing. I mean, this is we're left with this right now. I think the Royal Commission is basically maybe the only saving grace that we have outside of a court cases, which is why I've been so hammering on Tara getting a case, because it's very important to have multiple ones running at the same time. Even the one right now should be split into a few. You're not going to change their narrative. I don't think their timeline. I've already wrecked their timeline with Blueberry Field Road. That's absolutely garbage now. 3,984 documents currently. Tara already had a written submission, I believe, but you could ask her. So nothing has changed in terms of the number, 3,984. I don't know though. They have been moving documents in and out, which was my fear. and they did get caught in it. So again, it's these kind of, and I will say I haven't daily done it. Having faith. Have to have faith. If you don't have faith, what do you have? Despair. And I'm not a big person on despair. I'm not a foolish optimist, though. Well, then it's incumbent upon us to help, right? That's why we're here. So then it'll be whenever these documents are marked and actually put on the website, which frankly they should be now. I'm not seeing that. Yet. 3,984 was the last known number. So they haven't added anything. I'll still scoop up what they have, though. Pre-release and post-release. Don't be sad. You guys are the spear, right? Don't be sad. You are the ones who have done it. So we will need to organize. Watch very carefully when they drop, and then organize how to divide these documents. So we've got Julia's happy to read some, and then prioritize what documents. And some of them I think are going to look like nothing documents. They'll look like garbage, but there'll be things in it, buried. The flood. Again, this is normal. But for other things going on, I think, funnily enough, there may be a lot of information in here that may play relevance in other matters. Would be my suspicion by the sounds of what he just said. They may not be directly relevant to thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do a video. So whilst we're waiting, I know Deer is all over this all the time, like white on rice. She'll know when they're up right away. And a lot of you will be looking, obviously, which means the website will be flooded. It will make it harder to get them. Now, I wanted to have a look at okay, something to do with houses. The release of one moment. So somebody had posted up there, I believe it was Nikki, that Tim tweeted out something. The release of Lucky's recordings reeks of foot dragging, possible RCMP cover-up. Oh, now it's going to be that it's now we're hearing that it might be a cover-up. But that was just tinfoil. Tinfoil. It's all those crazy people. Those conspiracy theorists. The ones that have actually been digging. So who said that there was is it in the article? This is all going to play relevance into the SecU stuff, big time. As if the inner workings of the RCMP couldn't be any more mysterious, a new document has surfaced, which indicates the RCMP's Director of Media Relations at National Headquarters is now the focus of an internal investigation. Oh, yes, okay. Wow, okay, so October 26th, wow, but only a few days behind. And do remember, this is an interesting one. Anybody that's on the media list has access to all these documents. They've had it all this time. That's why they're able to release stories beforehand, because they've got the information. So why is it that you hear about it after? I don't know. Did video yesterday that Breen, and I said Breen is going to be investigated, 4 or 5 days ago on Twitter. And now they're going to say, oh, looks like there might be an investigation. Really now? Wow. You didn't know that? When? The breach involves the recording of controversial April 28th conference call, Commissioner Brenda Lucky. Partial recording. Where's the rest? There are some... I was having a phone call. One moment, I'm just going to grab a coffee. Sorry. I mentioned that people in the background help out, but I don't think I put enough emphasis on the fact that they're helping out. We have some powerful people in the background helping out. And so, they know the strategies. They know kind of what's going down, some of the players for sure. Anyway, so there's a lot of things going on that are the underbelly of these machines that are going on. It is like, you keep the notes or the recordings in the background. Things get stolen, maybe. Is it somebody who leaves the door open? It's kind of like, ooh, that goes missing. The dead man switch principle, which is absolutely 100% a real thing, and very good idea to keep them kind of around, or not really around, because then if they want to come after you, you have something that you can hold over their head. The tapes were, I would say, a dead man switch, and it's only part of a dead man switch. The rest of it, because Leah's at the end of there, and the real dirt is in those tapes. There is a recording of that. Plus, there's the notes, because those notes were taken for that meeting, which nobody wants to talk about. I think somewhere back in my Twitter line, I left who took the notes, the first name. Okay, 4,000. All right, so here we go. Piss off. Pornos. Oh, thank you. Somebody must have already done that, I think, for me. You guys are good. Thank you. Thank you, oh dear, for banning said nasties. Partial dash cam videos. Where's the partial dash cam vids? RCMP to keep your MO. 4,070. Oh, they're petering. Okay, so this is going to be an important time probably just to keep downloading. I know that sounds nasty for people's computers, because I think documents may come and go. Actually, I don't think, I'm pretty sure. So I would suggest this isn't a one-time download. This is download, 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 because they're going to take things in and out, and because they're afraid. Well, you know, maybe this one, maybe that one. All right, so let's see. So what are some key ones that I predict? I predict that obviously IMT is a big one, but that's a really big puzzle to unravel unless you kind of, it will be something for later down the line though. July 10th, 2020, cert referral from Chris Leather. That's going to turn into something. I would say that maybe there may be some things to do with dash cams, maybe. They certainly have them. So they would have investigated. Aha, see? They're dropping them. $4,070 to 4,019. So we've gone from 4,042, 4,000 to 70, back down to 4,100. Oh, sorry. My apologies. 4,119. I should get my glasses. So it hasn't gone down. They're just petering them out slowly. Meeting debrief, predatory potential criminal behavior disappear. And that's not out yet. Predatory. Well, I just checked predatory. It wasn't there. 4,142. Petering them out. You know, this is something they've had lined up for a while. They knew it was coming, so it should have just been a straight dump. Now they're just pissing them out. Notes from white shirts. Doesn't seem to be anything, quote, predatory. Predatory does not seem to be, wasn't there as of a moment ago. Not there. Yeah. I only use that stupid. I use that other one that's slower. So I don't even know if it's very effective. This fucking thing is not even loading. There will also be documents probably put up on the other side. The one that they think everybody neglects totally, the round tables. Goop. hoping this is going to kick in. The downloader. Predatory reference. It's a sit rep. Sit rep reports and task reports. Those are important. Obviously, the supplementary investigations. Those are things that they keep rewriting and cleaning up. There'll be clues in the letters back and forth between can you guys, okay, so we do have one document. Maybe those of you who are watching, let me know what you come across. Wait and see if that thing is going to download. Jesus, it's not downloading. It's still showing right now. All right, well, make sure you pick it up. Things will go up and down. So this is why we got to get what we can and make sure that we keep the lines of communication open as to what is around. 4,161, okay, it's going up. $6,472. $752. Sit rep by Costa. Okay, so this is going to be to do with the July 10th stuff. I believe this was the one that was up previously, unless they've removed something. So we got different types of redactions going on here. I'd say MCC and the federal government. I'm of the belief the black ones are federal, and white indicates the MCC. You know what? Down the line, these redactions are going to come into question. This document, I suspect they're justified for the most part, but yeah, it's a very serious one, though, this document. And if you guys remember, those of you who are watching, I tweeted all kinds of people in the press about it. And not one person, even in the alternative realm, touched on this one. And it's major. It's really major. And nobody even wanted to acknowledge that they got it. And I know some of you did too. Went out and started tweeting. Nikki started tweeting about it, and nobody acknowledged that this document even existed. And it's a serious one. Cost is the guy who comes in, supposed to clean house for RCMP. Do we have any alternative news that's not compromised? I don't know. Depends on what you consider news. suppose. Simple mass downloader. Not to toot our horn over here in this corner, but I'd like to think that we're kind of alternative news. At least we bring something different to the table. Crickets. But it's a clue. When nobody wants to touch anything, you know it's red hot, right? And of course, we've seen how much the alternative media, right, like rabbis or whatever, have not even explored Nova Scotia to any extent. Doesn't matter. Or certain individuals, they don't want to touch them. They don't want anything to do with them. That's clues. You have to fly. Okay, see you later. Yeah, they're just slowly pissing it out, right? Not to be vulgar, but that's what they're doing. Just slowly petering out, because I'm sure that there's decisions going on literally as we're speaking right now about should we put that in there or should we not put that in there? I don't think it has to do with lining it up, because this would have been, they could have just hit enter, I would suspect. I'm not techie, but they've had a period of time now, days, weeks probably. Or, well, some things are getting in time to time. Well, interesting that you can write things. I've never understood that concept. Goes back to the poll. How do you write things if you don't really know what the hell's going on? No, and it would just be, I would assume, well, they probably got, does T1 even exist anymore? Probably not. That's so old school. Their pipeline is, internet is very fast, though they choose to pick up the worst website designers. I was watching something else unrelated in my downtime, and I noticed the website on that particular item looked distinctly similar to the mass casualty one, yet it was out of Austria. Very much true. Global things are going on. I don't even know. I can't figure it out, your stuff. It's above me. It's above my pay grade. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Just a moment here. So there's extensions and things like that that can be used. That's for those of you who are not techie. You're like me, not techie. There are extensions and things like that that you can use to check to download. So you don't have to sit there and download every single one, because of course that's the way they wanted to design their website. So it was not accessible. which you can get for, what are they called here? Downloader and Simple Mass Downloader is another one. I think you can pick them up at the Chrome store or whatever. I'm not. Perhaps O'Dear can fill people in on how to use them properly. I really don't know. I think I just kind of click and download. I don't understand even the other one, which O'Dear likes better now. Simple Mass Downloader. For those of you who are using, perhaps can fill us in. Not user-friendly at all. No, purposefully designed. Very, very purposeful, this website. It is made to be as inaccessible as possible, with no names, one-click download per thing, have to rename each file, because they want people to just be like, oh, I can't deal with that. $79 videos up. Okay. Anything particularly new? My stupid download thing is not even working, which is a problem. Brookfield Lumber. If you guys see something new in here, please let me know. Clip from camera view 1. What is that? Doesn't even have a location. These videos are atrocious. 1019. All right. I don't know that fits the timeline. This is Truro, right? More. Sorry, I'm going to click back to your stuff here. Don't think there's any new videos yet. No, I don't think they do. $4,213. Have you even been able to download? My thing is not even working. Perhaps I need to sign off. Anybody able to download anything? Oh. Sit rep report. I think this is new. I don't know how the July 10th folds in. Well, if it's public interest, this redaction seems counterintuitive. Public interest. So if it's public interest, can't the public look at it? Immunity. Public interest immunity. It's like jumbo shrimp. Military intelligence. ESDC. Wonder if we'll get anything to do with ESDC. Let's see. ESDC. It's like Christmas almost. Yep, downloading now. Damn. 31 documents when searching Lisa. Okay, yeah, try different keywords. Let's see. Robin. Okay, that's definitely gone way up. Yeah, there's going to be some of these Nicholas Robbins and stuff. Don't know. Okay, is this narrowing the scope? Okay, here we go. Notebooks. Uh-huh. What date was that video? Ethics opinion. Okay. Let's have a look at that. June 2nd. To provide an ethics opinion to Deputy Commissioner Brennan. Contract Indigenous. Whether there is a real or perceived conflict of interest in the roles, duties, structures, job functions of Chief Superintendent John Robin, Staff Sergeant Mike Butcher, retired. Both are part of the inquiry response team and supporting. Inquiry response team, Operation H Strong 2, response, blah, 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 deals directly. Okay. Chief Superintendent Robin is officer in charge of inquiry response team and reports directly to is H Strong 2 and IMT, but all right, leave that out. Reports to Daly. Okay, so Daly is an important character, obviously. Yeah. And all right, so solid line to Ottawa. Chief Superintendent Robin assignment with the approval of Deputy Commissioner Brennan, Assistant Commissioner Daly, and Natalie Bordeaux, Director General of Executive and Officer Development and Resourcing. Ugh, what is that? After returning to Canada from Ukraine mission with no role assigned, it was determined that he had skill sets needed to lead the inquiry support, plus his spouse, Janice Gray. You've already just wrote the conflict in there. Was it we're already? I mean, was? Or are we talking plural here? Maybe there's something funny going on. Chief Superintendent Robin was then transferred to Federal Policing, Contract Indigenous Policing. His salary is paid by Contract Indigenous Policing, okay, directly from Brennan. Good. I think Brennan's in real hot water. He's going to start to get the heat turned up. Chief Superintendent Robin is spouse of Janice Gray, plus his spouse. Oh. Maybe they just didn't want to say that they're the spouse, Janice Gray, does not have to report working relationship with his spouse. He does not have a work reporting relationship. Right. He was on a mission out of country when the mass shooting occurred. Chief Superintendent Gray has no involvement with the inquiry response team for 8 Strong 2. No, she only headed it previously. Mike Butcher, and only sits on, quote, isn't it on the arm of leather? Couldn't answer what she was doing all the time there. Or couldn't answer what she was doing. But she was just data mining. Mike Butcher is a retired staff sergeant, E Division, major case, Mike Butcher, spouse of Bergerman. I wonder why then they've redacted this. Plus his spouse, redaction, were already in Halifax. Well, this is incorrect here. It should be was, if it's singular. What? And you say it right down here. So what's the problem? There's something here. Funky. 37 investigation reports. We're up to, sorry. Okay, so the number, I want to make sure. Hello, Todd. See you later, Cindy. So we went from 4,213 to 4,230 to 4,243, 4,268. Okay, 37 investigation reports in there. How can you write a report? I think, yeah, no, it's not. I think you can't. Every witness needs to be recalled, shown, sit rep done by Demo, and asked if they received advice, proactive, reactive testimony like leather. Well, clearly, I would say they all did, right? You had Brennan, who did the reactive, and that was clearly proven because Scott's question to him about SecU, and he said, well, it didn't come up about the recording. No com 2257 containing 400 pages. Ah, yes. Where that one never ever came, eh? Yeah. One has to ask why they never ever released it, yet it was cited in the emails between Lisa and Wortman. Why this 400, what was it, 460, I think it was over 460 pages of emails. That was the number that they actually put in. They didn't say it was 460, but that was the highest number that was listed in the foundational document. Maybe promotion, they don't want to show it. Plus his spouse. I don't understand that. There's something fishy about this, because you just go on then and say Robin Gray, and you say that Bergerman is Mike Butcher. Okay, so why this redaction? Plus his spouse, redaction, were already in Halifax. Funky, something stinky. And is that irrelevant? How could this possibly be justified as irrelevant? You're speaking to the direct relevance. Where's Cole when you need him? David Cole. Butcher was seconded to H Division Inquiry Response Team. Rationale for the request: Butcher's skills. He eventually was placed. Yeah. And no, nothing to do with the relationship. Butcher had been performing contract work, E Division, remotely in Nova Scotia, secondment to H Division. No. Where the fuck was that video? That's back in 2020, I think. I dumped that. E Division continues to pay Butcher's salary, pre-existing H Division JV's journal voucher salary back. Work performed, his duties varied as he required and related to issues management. This probably should be capitalized because it's proper nouns. Issues management, primarily document and data management. Yes. Applicable police excerpt. Employees are expected to uphold the highest ethical standards and conserve and enhance public confidence. Because, that wasn't lacking to begin with. The integrity, honesty, professionalism, compassion, respect, accountability RCMP outlined in, of course, they can't hyperlink it. Just and Treasury Board values, ethics, okay, RCMP employees must maintain public confidence in the objectivity of the RCMP by preventing and avoiding actual, apparent, and potential conflicts of interest. Perceivable. Potential. Well, I mean, you've already violated it, right? Actual conflict of interest means conflict of interest that exists at the present time. Apparent means conflict of interest that could be perceived. Okay, well, there you go. Bang. Potential, that could obviously be potential too. All RCMP employees are reminded that they must avoid actual, apparent, or potential conflicts. So the problem is Butcher and is Butcher still working? Because he shouldn't be. And what about what is his name? Brother Bergerman. He does disclosure analyst too. Is he involved? Somewhere in the video I did the rundown of their family. Employee management officer, human resources, DMHR delegate, who has responsibility over the employee, is the authority regarding conflict of interest. See, this is going to come back on the authorizing people. They obviously knew. They signed off on it. If a member of CHRO, divisional CO, or part of NHQ Senior Executive Committee, the authority is commissioner or deputy commissioner delegate. Well, I think they already specified that was as a result of Daly and, wasn't it Brennan? The approval. Assignment and approval, Brennan and Daly and Natalie Bordeaux. All of these people are in hot water with this one. They knew. Oh, you just didn't know. No. You sit there and ask them, did you have a relationship with them to any extent prior? Did you know that they were married? Yes or no? Yes. Then right there, bang. Okay. Act with integrity, impartial. Okay. So is there a finding in here? Do not give preferential treatment to advantage to family, friends, or any other person or entity. How much of this one do you think 921 is upheld? in the RCMP. Possibly, could the lights in 5 houses and the reassignment of a certain individual, could that be 921 also? Avoid hiring or directly supervising members of your family. Oh, the nepotism. Advise, obtain your unit commander. Okay, so I want to see let's see this one. The tragedy in Portapique, okay, as well as gender-based violence. No, that's IMT's shit add-on distraction technique. General speaking, and also that's taking away from Susie Bootland, because they know that they're going to have to come on that one hard, and potentially July 10. Generally speaking, in public surveys, RCMP has regularly garnered high levels of respect, trust, and confidence of citizens' Atlantic provinces, particularly Nova Scotia. Not sure when that poll was done. Public maintains confidence despite growing protests in the U.S. and Canada, partly regard to police actions, deaths of unarmed citizens, Black, visible minorities, unrelated. Some protests, dismantling of various police services in the U.S. Okay, again, defund garbage. The common theme of all this matters is trust in police. Well, you've done a fantastic job torpedoing yourself. And just continued. The public expects and demands virtue signaling bullshit. Carries out duties fair, blah, blah, blah. Integrity and earned trust. Well, you violated that all over the place. Continue to do so. Highest standards. Okay, well, that's fail. Conflict of interest, but policy exists to help guide employees. How does one rise to be such a high level and make these mistakes? Can they read? Can they critically think? Obviously, just completely, knowingly violate decision making. Do not place personal or departmental interests above public interest. I don't think it's just the nepotism. In fact, I'll say it's not. This is all to do with keeping things in-house. The RCMP developed its own policies that mirror and supplement Treasury Board policy. Fail. When analyzing these circumstances, we must understand the terms actual, apparent, and no, we don't. No, we don't. It's perceivable. That's enough. In other words, facts, conflict, actual conflict. Here's they're trying to defend. IMT would have an active role in this shit too, because that's what they do. Oh God, can you piss off? Thank you. Just checked my original video. It's 79. No new videos. 25 audio. $4,275 over 2 minutes to put up 2 documents. Wow. Just pissing them out. People are pissing their pants over there. Anybody buy stock? 71, 73, 75. Did anybody buy stock in Depends? It's going to start to go up in price. Multi-generational police families marrying each other, problems, conflicts of interest. Yep, absolutely. Section 9, employees. Okay, Chief Superintendent Rob. Let's just go to the findings. Exist two concerns exist with Chief Superintendent Rob. The first, the potential conflict of interest. His duties with his spouse, who reports to the CO. Gray, while Gray is spouse. While it can be assumed both individuals can maintain a personal professional division, okay, no, between their relationship, there still exists potential influence, both directly CO and Chief Superintendent's reports, via his spouse to subordinate relationship with to the CO. The second is the apparent conflict of interest that exists and might be perceived, by the public due to the marital relationship between Chief Superintendent Robin and Chief Superintendent Gray, who reports to the CO. The CO has been the target of accusations regarding the mishandling of police response litigation. I'm wondering if there's court cases going on outside of the ones we understand. Mass Shooting Commission. In order to determine RCMP, in particular, Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's response is appropriate. Despite the fact that Chief Superintendent Robin was not in the country during the shootings, that has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. His reputation for being honest, okay, move along. Did he go to daycare too when he was younger? Don't know. Earlier it was mentioned conflict of interest exists don't necessarily mean actions were prohibited. No, they're just in direct violation. In this particular situation, senior management has applied some mitigation measures. For instance, Chief Superintendent Robin was appointed to his position by Assistant Commissioner Daly, and others at national headquarters rather than by Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. But did Daly know? Yes. Chief Superintendent Robin, now Daly's in hot water. Chief Superintendent Robin has a direct reporting relationship with Assistant Commissioner Daly, receives salary form and is posted to CNIP Ottawa, doesn't matter, seconded to H Division. He was also chosen for the role because he was not posted in H Division doesn't matter. Therefore, does not have direct personal or emotional connection to the events that had respond on the days of the shootings. Because he wasn't in the province, there's not a conflict of interest? Of course there is. Chief Superintendent Gray was not involved with the selection process for her spouse and does not have reporting relationships, which contributes to mitigating conflict of interest. Finally, by all accounts, Chief Superintendent Robin does, in fact, possess the experience, skills. Nowhere in there is there a defense. Mike Butcher. Three concerns exist for Mike Butcher. Circumstances involvement of the inquiry response team draw concern, potential, apparent, and actual, because he's doing redactions. The fact that his spouse, the person, the focal, very purpose of the inquiry holds a key responsibility as file coordinator on the team blank. Does that have anything to do with where you just redacting things, deciding disclosure items? Raises the possibility for the potential conflict of interest. It may be that he conducts himself with greatest integrity. It does not eliminate the minimum possibility of unconscious bias, much how a witness in a trial unconsciously lean their testimony more in support, whichever side to call them to the stand. Fail. It must be reiterated, the focus of the commission is to examine the response. So no new audio. Oh, Peter. Three O's. Yeah. I wonder how many husband-wife things these white shirts are participating in. And that might be a conflict too, in terms of the fact that their friendship, potentially, in-house, all in-house. Actions, the RCMP weeks, months, essentially key appears to be the trust in the RCMP, or at minimum, skepticism and doubt. Wow. It's a nice way to water things down. Lack of trust. Lack of trust. In this particular case, it would appear the commanding officer, H Division, specifically made a request to E Division to contract the services of retired RCMP Staff Sergeant, her husband, who was performing major case management type services on contract of division remotely in Nova Scotia. As it turns out, that Staff Sergeant was, in fact, spouse of Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. April 28th, 2021, very bad day. The rationale of the request appears to be the experience and skills, case management. H strong 2. H strong 2, IMT. I don't even know how to begin to unpack that, but I'll just tell you it's a disaster zone. It's still going on now. There was no, under O'Malley, no information provided, analysis, dispute, rationale, nor dispute need for specific skills. And while it appeared that Butcher reported to Chief Superintendent Robin rather than his spouse, sure they're all friends, it would appear that his salary was being paid by the division and therefore ultimately authorized by his spouse, right, who kept repeatedly putting in to have him paid, even though this all went sideways. Hope they enjoy their new car. While perhaps not specific budget, project budget. Oh, so they're drawing money out of the division, not out of funds that were allocated. Interesting. Interesting. Specifically allocated to the H Strong investigation. He was getting paid directly. As well, in particular circumstances, Butcher appears to have been responsible for file coordination and management of varied documentation being supplied by the RCMP to the Commission and to ESDC and to Hoyt, I would suspect, highly suspect, got it all. Exploring the actions to members of the public, it might appear that despite the needs of the division and despite Butcher's major case management experience, there is an apparent conflict of interest, quote, which, in italics, which could be perceived by a reasonable observer to exist. I.e., if you have a brain, you can see it all over the place, especially given the request to hire Butcher came from Bergerman herself. The third interest we will explore in the circumstances, the one that might consider points to the actual conflict of interest. It can be assumed that Bergerman, as the CEO of H Division, and as a member of the RCMP senior management team, should be and is aware of various policy manuals, RCMP, including policy on conflict of interest. This policy makes numerous references to, quote, italics again, upholding the highest ethical standards, and quote, maintaining public confidence, end quote. Quote, avoiding conflicts of interest, end quote. Quote, acting with integrity, end quote. And the requirement to consider the, quote, impact on public trust, end quote, and, quote, maintain public trust, end quote. I have a high suspicion certain people right now aren't very popular. Maybe it's not a suspicion within the RCMP, because the RCMP as an institution has been tarnished in this specific instance by specific individuals. In particular, the conflict of interest policy has a specific section that deals with the avoidance of preferential treatment. The policy states employees are, quote, prohibited from granting preferential treatment or advantage to friends, family members, or other individuals, end quote. Is that like the pension plan? Morno garbage. It might also be argued that hiring your spouse without a competition process could be without, oh goodness, you didn't even farm it around, could be considered preferential, could be, is preferential treatment, although there was no countering information reviewed to suggest the hiring process was competitive or not. Was there a contract listed internally? I suspect not, so there was no competition. It must be also mentioned, however, that there are hiring policies in place that would allow the hiring of certain resources without a competition when required for unique specialized skill, like keeping it in-house, or when there is urgent time demand that would not allow for specific time to run competitive process. In either case, it would generally not be an accepted, generally. You see the languaging? It's just sick. Not generally be an accepted process in the federal public service to hire one's spouse without a direct and open, transparent competition. You don't say. Glad we're dealing with real fucking winners in the intelligence department. The policy goes on specifically to provide direction to employees. This document alone reflects even worse. Now we're starting to get into what kind of intelligence are we dealing with? Who's looking at it? Derp. 4,323, 4,329. Yeah, just petering it out. They're pissing their pants over there. Like literally, envision, put yourself into the person who is uploading, how busy that room is right now, how busy it has been, the discussions of what should we put up, what can we put up? 65,000 documents. And they only gave us what? %50 more of what they had before, which is going to total out to be about 7,000 of 65. At least. Scary. What's in all the other 58,000 documents, do you think? And they're having problems even hitting enter. I don't know. Should we? If I could just be a fly on the wall. Who was directly responsible for that? I believe it was a former CTV employee. Interesting how that job came about. Anyway, our final point is to consider to do with the work status of Butcher. In this particular instance, it would appear that he is a retired member, which suggests he earns an income through RCMP pension. It also appears that he is contract services he provides to E Division, although the type of contract is not stipulated for the purposes of this analysis. Interesting. So what did he do? Supposedly he was a disclosure analyst, but as I recall, and I'm recalling correctly, so much more was what he said in his profile. So much more. And so much more. What is that? Quote unquote. What does that mean exactly? They don't want to tell you. The available information suggests that through his E Division contract that he is in fact performing work for H Division, who in turn journal vouchering his salary dollars back to E Division. He is in fact forming H Division, who in turn is vouchering his salary dollars back to E Division. So is this robbing Peter to pay Paul? There's some funny things going on with accounting. That doesn't sound, is that what you're reading? H Division is paying E Division for his salary. $4,336. So it doesn't feel very good here. It is unclear to this writer. Lots of people are just unclear. Literally embezzlement and money laundering. That line does not sound very good. This writer as to why H Division simply did not negotiate their contract with Butcher, nor his salary, nor was this information supplied. Well, this seems to fly in the face of the news articles that we're rolling out. Again, it's probably something for a later date to dig into, but perhaps this will all get come to light in the future proceedings. What is clear, however, is that Butcher is collecting a secondary income paid for a budget managed by his spouse, who is indirectly a beneficiary of those same funds. One would expect that in this instance, the reasonable observer, you, me, everybody else, would conclude that an actual conflict of interest exists. So we got hit with another one. I want to know what's going on with the money. That's an important line. Conflicting and contradictory information was also obtained for the purposes of this analysis with regard to when Butcher started work for H Division and therefore started being financially compensated. Oh. He's getting back paid? There was some indication he started months ago prior to the appointment of Chief Superintendent Robin. And that after the arrival of Chief Superintendent Robin, his role and responsibilities shifted somewhat. There is also information released by the division to the media that Butcher only commenced working in the division very recently in May 2021. The writer was directed to maintain confidentiality and not reach out to the division for questions and answers. Therefore, it was not possible to determine exact dates and roles. What? To maintain, it was directed? Who directed confidentiality? Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. As well. So this is why the person couldn't equally determine the Peter Paul scenario with money. As well, there was conflicting information with regard to who made the decision to hire Butcher. In one instance, Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, H Division, suggested he was directed by Bergerman Assistant Commissioner Bergeron. I'm assuming that's a spelling error. I don't know that name, but this fucking organization's so huge. To reach out to E Division to inquire about hiring Butcher to assist H2 IMT disaster zone. On the other hand, Chief Superintendent Robin apparently suggests it was his idea to bring in Butcher. Because they're not friends outside work. One moment. I'm still mulling over because that's really serious. Somebody directed. So a superior told this person who wrote this. Where we're on page 8. Okay, just so I'm here. Superintendent Carrie Petrosian. So obviously somebody in a higher position ordered Carrie Petrosian not to ask questions. That is fucked. So how can they conduct an investigation? This is why the RCMP is completely corrupt and inept. It's not inept. It's corrupt. Somebody in a higher position. So what are we talking about? Who is that? I want to know who directed them to confidentiality clause. You can't conduct an internal investigation if you can't ask questions. That's, huh? Wow. Or just wow. There are some sentences in here that are not good. I have a feeling it's coming from daily Brennan direction, because they don't want to get in the stew. They want it to stop with Rob and not go up all the way, and Butcher not to go up all the way the food chain. Again, the writer was unable to determine the correct sequence of events without conducting inquiries of H Division personnel. So this piece of paper, so Carrie Petrosyan got paid to do nothing. This whole report is totally meaningless. Yeah, I agree. Again, I would say you're watching live time, basically the RCMP imploding. Wow. Despite not being able to confirm, because you can't ask, start dates and duties. So when were they getting paid? When was Butcher being paid? There seems to be some fiscal nonsense going on. Nor who specifically requested Butcher to join the project. One can conclude, no, you can't without the evidence that on a balance of probabilities, it was highly likely that his spouse was both aware of his involvement and endorsed it, given her position in relationship to Butcher. Well, I would say that's probably a foregone conclusion. But who was it that directly ordered it? I think it's higher up the food chain. While the DMHR is delegated the authority to determination of conflict of interest when employee issue is with the CO, a division authority rests with either the commissioner or delegated deputy commissioner. Is that Brennan? I think so. This is going all the way up to the top. There was no information provided for this analysis to support the assertion that Assistant Commissioner sought a conflict of interest decision from the Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner Brennan for the hiring of her spouse, nor any information to the contrary. Were they even questioned? Was Lucky or Brennan questioned in this one? With regard, I haven't heard anything in respect to that. With regard to Chief Superintendent Robin, recommendation is it is of the opinion of the Professional Ethics Office that a potential conflict of interest exists in the fact that his spouse works for and reports to Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. It is also of the opinion of the Professional Ethics Officer that to a italices, every person with a brain, reasonable observer, or in this case, members of the Nova Scotia public or Canadian public, that an apparent conflict of interest also exists for the same reason just articulated. To the public, it doesn't matter how exceptional Chief Superintendent Robin's work, history, and reputation might be. It's irrelevant. Or how honest or unbiased he may be very well act. As far as the public is concerned, there certainly could have been an apparent conflict of interest. Or at minimum, the potential of one. Due to his marital relationship, his key role as officer in charge of the inquiry response team, this is IMT, H Strong, very serious shit going on over there. And the highly sensitive and charged nature of both the investigation and the quote inquiry. Well, not just that, the regulation of information being disclosed to all investigations, ESDC, Hoyt, and Mass Casualty Commission. With that being said, efforts do appear to have been made to try to mitigate by having Chief Superintendent chosen, employed, and paid for by Contract Indigenous Policing, RCMP headquarters, Ottawa, with at least some form of reporting line from Ottawa to Halifax. Oh yes, the solid fucking line. Dotted line, solid line. What impact this effort will have on convincing the public the conflict of interest has been mitigated remains to be seen. Or convincing the public. Convincing the public. Convincing the public. Convincing the public. Here, try this. It tastes like shit. You know you're going to love it. You don't need to convince people if you're doing the right thing. When you're doing the wrong thing, you don't convince people. 4,400. Wow. These are all date stamped or time stamped, aren't they? Yeah, well, you can see, I guess, all of the messages. Jesus, only 69% of people thought that there should be a delay. So I guess everybody just wants it to wrap up. Or perhaps maybe the glow fuzz in here would like it to go away. Or people that have other interests. I don't suspect any person with reasonable things is going to ask for this just to go away. My suspicion. It would be a recommendation of, but this is a good bellwether, as they would say. It would be the recommendation of the PEO that due to the significant nature of the mass shooting, the impact of the commission, the potential impact of the commission, and the potential significant damage to both reputation of the RCMP and trust in the residents of Nova Scotia and wow, they're just leaving out a lot of stuff here. ESDC, Hoyt investigations. How about all the people of Canada you've destroyed your trust with, that the RCMP senior management may wish to consider removing Chief Superintendent Robin from his role as a gesture of how serious the RCMP considers being accountable, transparent, and worthy of the public's trust. This measure could eliminate a future conflict of interest situation, but mitigation measures may be required to address the past. Oh, fuck yeah. I don't think that's what I've been hearing. They're not going to recover. They're never going to recover from this. They're on the way out. With regard to Mike Butcher, and this is just more, it is of the opinion that the PEO is a professional ethics officer. So is that the writer? That his hiring appears to be underlined underscored, all of it. Not only an apparent conflict of interest, but an actual conflict of interest as well. That's a pretty damning line, considering that they couldn't ask any questions. I see. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I do agree. Oh, yeah. Just like the other one, the mid report. What was that? And literally with the wording, you could tell that it was written way before. Not relying upon evidence, but this is this world we're in. What's evidence again? I like hearsay. That fits my picture better. Fuck. Despite the needs of Operation H Strong 2 / IMT and particular skill set of experience of butcher, burying, because that's what H Strong 2 IMT is supposed to do. The conflict of interest policy explicitly prohibits this particular hiring scenario. Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, with her extensive experience and position of commanding officer, ought to have known and been familiar with the conflict of interest policy, and ought to have known that hiring her spouse on a contract is prohibited and would have been viewed by any person with a brain as being a conflict of interest. Butcher may, in fact, be one of the most skilled in his duties. Move along, doesn't matter. But that's what the sentence is saying, and may perform those duties with complete integrity in an honest and unbiased way. But there is reason why the conflict of interest policy prohibits these types of circumstances. From the standpoint of the public, someone in the position of significant authority in policing service should not be specifically seeking out and hiring their spouse, especially when they stand to indirectly personally gain financially from that hiring. It's not necessarily the money, it's keeping it in-house. It really is. And to the situation, the key role of the commanding officer's spouse plays in managing documents and information being shared on behalf of the RCMP with the very commission, and this is important, and with ESDC, the labor investigation, and with Hoyt. There are 3 simultaneous things going on here. Very important to note. You don't hear about them. We've talked about them a little bit. Very, very important. Not just the commission. They're the gatekeepers, these people. Set up to examine the actions of his spouse and her subordinates. You have a scenario that risks both reputational damage of the RCMP and loss of trust by the public, which can both be incredibly costly and will be, has been and will be. This one is bad. April 28, 2021, bad fucking day. The whole of the RCMP institution was destroyed with people's actions. It also, and it isn't just Butcher, Bergerman. It isn't just Ray and Robin. You're talking up the food chain here. You're talking Daly and Brennan, potentially, and potentially Lucky. You're talking the top, and who probably may or may not have been involved in those discussions outside of the RCMP institution. It also puts at risk the integrity of the commission and Hoyt and ESDC investigations, and raises the distinct possibility that some might question whether documents and information that could be injurious to Butcher's spouse will be or have been withheld. Or, most importantly, and not said, to the institution of the RCMP, injurious. Regulate that, and that's what I've been trying to, maybe that's a better way of summing it up than my attempting to. Incredibly costly and injurious to the entire institution of the RCMP by these actions, which were authorized. And the person can't do a proper investigation, which says, you're talking upstairs. The documents being withheld, the ones that we're talking about today. Who's doing that? Oops, that's what I was trying to, pardon me. That's what I was trying to say with IMT and H-Strong 2. They're the controllers of the information to 3 investigations, potentially. Well, but not potentially, are. That's what they're there for, to try to save the reputation of the RCMP. They don't give a good goddamn about Butcher or Bergerman. They can flush them down the toilet as far as they're concerned. That bus will run over everybody in its path. If you're not playing game, doesn't matter who you are. Bump. As long as it saves the RCMP bus, it will drive over anybody. That is not said in that sentence. Deeply injurious to the institution of the RCMP by withholding documents. Okay? And that's why the documents are withheld. And they thought they were going to, they have different tactics that they're employing. Butcher and Robin were 1. H-Strong 2, IMT, Diamopoulos, Santasuso. And if these people are playing on the right team, you better get the fuck out of the way. This one is going to run everyone over. You're not saving shit at this point in time. There is no information to suggest Butcher's relationship to the commanding officer H Division has had any influence on his ability to carry out his duties in anything but a diligent and honest manner, but the simple perception of the that introduced conflict of interest and cast unnecessary doubt. But you can't ask questions, ma'am. How can you come to that conclusion? She can't conduct an investigation into the investigation, into the wrongdoing, into the suppression of evidence. She can't conduct that. Somebody directed her, a superintendent, not to. Where do you think that's coming from? Oh, it's coming from Bergerman. It's coming from Chief Superintendent Gray. They already took the Jenga bus. It's coming from upstairs. 4,482 documents. Still 1,538. What time did we start this at? I'm trying to remember what time. 7. I think started at 7, right? 2 hours ago. 3 hours ago. And still just petering them out. Pissing their pants. You're going to see a lot of stuff in there, I suspect. A lot. There is also the potential for internal damage to the RCMP employees. Really? A lot of people burning their uniforms. A lot of people, and I can't underscore that enough. Any of you who have relatives in the RCMP know that. I understand that speaking to other people, they that's their entire life. Like, it is their life. It's not just, a job. It is their life. And to literally throw your entire life away, to burn it and say, I want nothing to do with this. To have all of the members that have quit. That's why they're hiring everywhere. That's why they're dropping standards. They're like, fuck, nobody wants to work for us anymore. We just got a lot of bad apples left now. Which generally, actually, the white shirt mafia loves. Because they follow orders. The RCMP is currently undergoing a core values renewal process. Oh, I think you're currently going internal meltdown, implosion. As part of this process, an internal survey was completed in March, and an internal consultation sessions are ongoing with employees. I'd love to see those accurately and honestly reported. I think you're going to see a lot of people are really pissed off. A common theme has surfaced to date that employees expect senior management to set an example of exceptionally high standards and demonstrating core values. This situation sends a particularly poor message. You're so disconnected. White shirts, you have been so disconnected from good members for so long. And that's why you can't function anymore. There is no getting this one back. And you are so rife with corruption. There's no coming back from it now. You had your chances before. Vision 150, go. Oh my God. Holy fucking rabbit hole, you want to go down that one. Jesus. She's still trying to figure out the fucking goddamn caramel bar. They're all out of touch. They have been for a long, long time. Sorry, oh dear, I don't operate quite on your guys' time zone. Okay, so then we're up 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Now we're up to, we got another 42 documents. Wow. I really feel badly for good employees of the RCMP. I do. To have other people wreck your life. And the internal war that's going on with these people, inside of themselves. So it's like, I know this is bad. I know this is wrong. How long do I toe the line and defend the institution? Because even though it's deeply ingrained, there is a real internal conflict going on. I can't support this anymore. I just can't. They've seen the bus run over their friends, family members, and they're just like, no. Very disconnected. You can see with the handling of the 23, some of these officers had no idea of names. They're mispronouncing names. I mean, I'm not great with my pronunciation, but I certainly kind of know the victims. That's your fucking job. Huh? Elliston? What? Oh, that guy. Who is it? There's one where Heidi. Wow. They're sitting there, and the other guy has to. The officer that was killed. Heidi. Did you guys catch that one? Wow. You don't even know your fallen sister name. The situation sends a particularly poor message, and the higher the rank of that member, the greater the impact of that message. Yeah, you can kind of write off maybe somebody who's newer and doesn't really understand. Somebody that's had decades and risen to the ranks of these people. But that's because they know they can get away with it. Despite how well, or they thought wrongly, how well-intentioned Assistant Commissioner Bergerman may have been in her rationale to justify hiring her spouse to work for the Operation H-Strong 2 IMT Issues Management Team, the existence of an actual, there is admission of guilt in this document several times. It's not just a perceived, it's an actual and apparent conflict of interest is so evident that the conflict of interest policy should have provided the necessary guideline to make quick and informed decision is not proceed to proceed with the hiring is so evident. It would be the recommendation of the professional ethics officer that the services of Mike Butcher be terminated as soon as possible. Wow. Even though they can't conduct an investigation, even though they've been ordered. Caveat. Interesting. Okay. Recommendations are offered based on facts understood and presented and may change if further corrected information available. Please note that the Professional Ethics Office provides an advisory, not a decision-making role. Well, it doesn't matter. You said it. So evident, injurious, ordered, directed not to, confidentiality. And there's something stinky about the pay up here. E-Division paying, vouchering his salary dollars back to E-Division? I don't know. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything because I don't know the specifics, obviously, but is there embezzlement going on? It's happened before with the RCMP. Email with Robin. Oh, sorry. Do you see an error at the top of Chrome that is caused by downloader? Likely needs to be reloaded by turning it off and back on. Well, I can't stream then. Yeah, I don't understand this stuff. I'm really a fool. I think that's the way it's supposed to be. I'm never supposed to buy into this fucking junk. I see what it does. What it's done to kids and shit. It makes me sick. And people. We've turned from something. Couldn't believe she actually said 10,000. Correction likely caused. Getting ahead of the RCMP, it's all relative. Mass casualty needs a caveat too. To the sake of new information, mass casualty needs a caveat. Yeah. There needs to be an investigation into the mass casualty. Because I would suspect highly there's a lot of corruption going on there. If they want to save themselves at all or stand a chance, they better start doing their job. Spitting out the truth and investigating. Say, like, this horse shit. Come to the families that you have left behind, that you have thrown away. Tell the truth. Do the right thing. It may be saving grace. May. I highly doubt it. Okay, so there's another document equally of the same. Wonder if some redactions have been removed. Nope. So was it a double filing placeholder, as Oh Dear has observed? Is it a placeholder? Probably. Then you can just slip the document out, put another one in its place. Nobody knows the difference because the number stays the same. Vile, deceitful, sick people. 4,575. It's starting to take longer and longer to load a page. Just a sad sight. Well, I think there's probably a lot of people going to it too. I think that would be a reasonable opinion. John Robin to Bobby Haynes. Okay, Kyla Lonsbury. Interesting. She's white. Not sure who Bobby Haynes or Arlene Drysdale are, if anybody knows. But Kyla is Hoyt. That's another one of the parallel investigations. Good evening, John. Privileged information, statutory, non-common evidentiary act, and common law. During Kyla's interview of Staff Sergeant Carroll's handwritten notes, or review of Staff Sergeant Carroll's notes, an entry was found referring to Constable Brown Having turned over 3 shell casing to CERT investigator Staff Sergeant Leger while at the Bible Hill detachment. Staff Sergeant Leger was contacted and confirmed only the carbines and 3 cartridges for each of the guns were seized from the subject officers, and that 5 expended carbine shells, casings seized by CERT had been recovered at the Onslow Fire Hall. Are we missing rounds? Thanks, Bobby. Let me know the outcome as soon as it's clarified. Regards, John. Are we missing casings here? Arlene Drysdale, project manager at D&D per LinkedIn. Oh. That Brown didn't touch the shell casings. Well, definitely where they said the shooting took place from doesn't align with the CERT diagram, which I believe was done by Halifax Regional at the time. 5 casings is accurate with MCC, but he didn't touch them. Is that? Occupational safety. Okay. Next day. Perhaps we'll get some clarification. Scott, Glenn is attached to the CERT received that from Todd Brown. Todd Brown. Privileged. All redacted. Let me know if you have any further information or suggestions. Regards, John Robin. Why is this complicated? Yeah. Get more stinky. Looks to be another placeholder. Same thing. Jesus, because I'm streaming, I'm not downloading. So who knows how many things are going in and out. TMR2. Oh. TMR2 is 100% GPS. They have GPS on TMR2. What was it? Member from Nova Scotia said? Don't believe that horse shit at all. I'm like, yeah, that's what I've been saying, but I want to make sure. No, don't believe it. It's total horseshit. I'm like, okay. Does April 15th, 1 to 2:30 work? Can't get Matt's email address. Please resend it. Works for me. FYI, Mr. Cashillon will not be attending. Okay, sorry. I should probably go to the, is this the bottom? Oh, okay. That's quite a chain. Interesting. Okay, so is this how it works? You go to the bottom, right? 26 at 2:36. Yeah. Okay. Todd Brown. I don't know who that is. With Nova Scotia government something. To John Robin. Lorna McMillan, Labor. Francis Healy, Labor. Bobby Haynes, RCMP Felix. Chris Leather. Sir Chris. Glenn Byrne. Why is Glenn attached to this? Scott Johnson and Arlene Drysdale. Ree Honslow, TMR2 system. Mr. Robin. The comments on vests came back to the conversation. I was acting director of PSFC. He's off today, but I'll circle back with him next week. You could just talk to him instead of talking crazy talk. We don't have any knowledge of the materials in or functioning of ballistic vests other worn by RCMP officers. However, if vests contain electrically conductive material, okay, I think I see what's going on here, such as metals, depending on the positioning of the device, radio waves can generally be absorbed. They're looking for the bong, how to make a bong. Can we figure out how we can say there's a bong event that happened there? It has to be something with those vests, right? Can you figure that out for me so I can say that? File. Radio waves can be absorbed, reflected by these materials. They can affect transmission and receiving. I also mentioned user training as another example. Aside from the performance reporting tools I mentioned in my original email, we also had the most experienced, knowledgeable trainers on this technology in this country. Do you have any questions on training? Okay, so the training excuse is going to fail. Finally, can I ask why there was no consultations or requests for information with our office on this matter? We are responsible for the system in Nova Scotia. As I said in the original email, we have tools, knowledgeable staff, expert consultants that could provide a rich source of information on the incident. Todd Brown. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't go directly to the bottom. My apologies. Mr. Brown, my name is John Robin, and my team and I are responsible for leading the coordination, the RCMP Response Mass Casualty Commission, as well as supporting 2 workplace safety investigations. Funny, they leave that out generally, the ESDC and the Hoyt. They don't like people to know about those ones. Arising out of the tragic events of April 1819, as you may be aware, Federal Minister of Labor is obligated under the Labor Code to investigate every death of employee that occurs in federally regulated workplace. ESDC officers Lorna McMillan and Frank Healy, because that's Francis Healy, are those persons delegated under Labor Code. Oh, yes, okay. Yes, Lorna McMillan I had looked into. Frank Healy? I don't know. Of performing those investigative functions on minister behalf. The RCMP is also obligated under the Labor Code and safety regulations to conduct internal investigation of all hazardous occurrences in the workplace. Hazardous occurrence team, Hoyt, led by RCMP Staff Sergeant Bobby Haynes. Interesting. Okay, so the Hoyt team changed. What was that? Do you remember, oh dear? You did get a copy of that video, as I recall, right? The video that they banned outright, pretty much, on the when I was talking about Cortez Island. Forgetting his name, Kevin Sergeant, Kevin something. He was originally Hoyt. Maybe Bobby was leading it, and I didn't know the name. Both ESDC and Hoyt workplace safety investigations are examined April 19th. Murder investigation of Constable Stevenson, wounding of Morrison, and shooting involving members at Onslow Fire Hall. McLaughlin. That's it. Thank you. NS44. Kevin McLaughlin. Nothing new on commissioned research report yet. I'm not sure. I have thousands. There is a pile of them missing. My team and I have been supporting ESDC Hoyt investigations by facilitating interviews, involved members, providing disclosure of documents. This is what I'm talking about. Ugh, vile. Such policies and training records that have been identified as relevant to these investigations. As you know, he's going to be looking for the excuses. CERT has also investigating Onslow Fire Hall. CERT Director Felix Cachillon, CC'd, has shared March 5th email with yourself attached regarding the use of TMR2 system at Onslow Fire Hall. In the email, you raised several workplace safety concerns regarding the TMR2 system. And I believe that ESDC and Hoyt investigations, will be examining, including the comment, depending on the material of the vest used by the officer, this can affect whether users get a channel. I have forwarded your concerns to ESDC Hoyt investigators with this message, and I suspect at least one or possibly both teams will be in contact with you shortly regarding the issues you raise. In the meantime, Glenn Byron, why is OCC involved? Who, as you know, H Division OCC Commander, and Scott Johnson, our IMT Issues Management IT Project Coordinator. IMIT. Maybe that's information technology. Have made inquiries of national contacts in Ottawa regarding RF interference by SBA or HBA vests, soft to hard body armors. However, to date, they have not been able to determine where this type of RF interference has been raised as an issue. They're searching for the excuse, you see. I would appreciate it if you could provide further information to Glenn Byron, Scott Johnson, the issues of possible RF interference to police vests, from police vests, as well as provide any assistance information you can by the ASDC Hoyt investigation teams as they continue their inquiries. Searching for the bonging excuses. How can we say the radio just wasn't working? Disgusting, these people. You can, if you read Diamopoulos's interview, it's so exposed that they search for excuses. It's gross. Mr. Brown, thank you for your follow-up. I know I have staff that have worked closely with your office. I am sure you offer your offer of expertise will be valuable for the ongoing safety investigations. I would be pleased to clarify any further concerns that you have. Please let me know if you wish to have a meeting to discuss. John. Hi, Mr. Robin. Thanks for your response. We've worked closely, a very productive relationship with HDiv for as long as I have been with the government. I think the discussion would be a great step good next step. For our office, it would be myself and Matt Boyle, Acting Director, PSFC. Can you let us know a date that might work for you? I'll leave it to you, or whether somebody from CERT should be invited, as CERT has not responded to or nor acknowledged my original email in this report. Why is Mr. Robin mixed in with CERT investigation? Yeah, coordinating that. Mr. Brown, I got Debbie Roy from our office to set up a meeting. I'm asking for Christian Gallant. Okay, so Christian Gallant, okay. Glenn Byrne and Scott Johnson from our office, and Staff Sergeant Bobby Haynes, who is in charge of the RCMP's internal workplace safety. If you agree, during this meeting, I can provide you with more detailed explanation of the various investigations that are occurring and discuss the next steps. Hoyt, ESDC, and at this time, yes, would be the Commission. ESDC, who are conducting external investigation, are an independent body and will want to contact you separately, I am sure. Thanks, John. ESDC, remember? Gail Johnson. Gail Johnson used to be ESDC before she moved over to RCMP, and then, well, she went Jenga. Wasn't she at the SecU meeting too? Ooh, dirty. Dirty, dirty. Mr. Robin, thanks. I look forward to it. I'm not sure if Christian is back yet from leave, but I'm sure we're happy to wait on his return. Mr. Cascione expressed an interest in attending, copied to you, I believe. However, since I'm not doing the invitations, I'll reach out to him and ask. CERT wants to meet separately with our office. With reference to ESDC, I'm not sure what this refers to, but we can cover that when we meet. Okay. Mr. Cascione, as per Director Brown's, this is to Felix from John Robin, as per Director Brown's message below, please let me know if you wish to attend. You would be more than welcome. Let me know if you would like to call to discuss. But they should be independent, right? Shouldn't be probably sitting in the same room. Many different business cards. Vardy has an MCC statement out. Is that new? I don't know. Lots of titles for him. Yeah. They wear many hats. Just whatever suits the day. As long as people don't find out which hats. Hello, Ms. Roy. This is from Todd to Debbie Roy. So Nova Scotia Government to RCMP and John Robin. Debbie Roy and John Robin, RCMP. Unfortunately, both Matt and I have an unbreakable conflict that afternoon. To another date that might work. I'm copying Matt, so you will have his email address. Regards, Ton. Okay, so there's blind CCing going on, obviously. Interesting. Good morning. This is April 15th, 1 to 2:30. I cannot get Matt. I did not get Matt's email. Could you please resend? Thanks, Debbie, for your information. Mr. Cascione will not be attending. John Robin. Maybe Mr. Cascione didn't want to look like he was possible. Okay. Let's call, discuss. Yeah. Lots of calls, phone calls. I'm presuming that is a, what do they call it? The happy poo emoji or whatever? The grumpy. Worm. Bunch of worm? Awesome corporate structure for a cult, but for a police force, not so much. Okay. Those ones probably, let's see, search referral. Search. This is a keyword search. HRP forensic identification. Oh, is this the Onslow? This shows the diagram that they were on the other side of the road. See, shooters. Other side of the road. They recovered the casings from the other side of the road. Not sure why they want to say it's on the other side of the road. I haven't quite figured that out. See, the casings are all recovered on the opposite side of the road. Supposedly they were shooting here, not over here. How the fuck does that work? Exactly. Never figured that one out. Okay. Almost a good video. As good as the video they made for Heidi's accent. Oh no. That was just awful. I remember doing the video or talking about that when it dawned on me. Like I did the math and stuff, and I'm like, oh fuck, he's right there. Like right there. This before things were coming out. Then I was like, oh no, this is not looking good. So this is to Felix from somebody. Oh, this is Sharon's letter. Okay. I think Sharon's letter we've been through, right? Email regarding Sharon, from Sharon to many recipients on the RCMP. Barbara McLean to Luzzo, Brian Corbett, Dwayne King. Okay, so these are investigators. CC the Emma Show. Okay. See the documents that were sent to me by Sharon McClellan. She's a witness on Onslow shooting. I confirmed Sharon that I could not provide her anonymity and that her information would be part of the record. I think they will be of interest to police response post-event support pods. Please advise your pod member as you see fit. What are they, peas? Steve, please forward these attachments and message to C and P so that they can go into relativity. You know, because might as well design a shitty website for the plebes. Don't give them that relativity. One moment. see the 65,000 plus or minus, I believe plus, documents all sits on relativity. All of them are there. See how easy it would be just to not build a stupid website and have stupid rules and stupid download systems and stupid non-named and stupid not being able to highlight. It'd be very easy to just grant people the access to relativity. This one has always really pissed me off. And the media has it. So they know about all the things in advance. Good evening, Barbara. Thank you for your, okay, so this is Sharon. Please find attached my concerns, CERT report, conclusion that the two RCMP officers, what happened was unacceptable. The fact the two officers got away, no accountability, is also unacceptable. I understand the seriousness of what happened and how this affected my community. I do not understand how Felix Cashillon can come to this conclusion when he did not take eyewitness accounts of what happened and the consideration of it in his report. I live directly across from Onslow Belmont Fire Hall. Unfortunately, had a perfect view of the 7 minutes of hell that those officers put my husband and I through and continue to go through. Therapy does not help anyone. We are left alone for 1 year trying to deal with this whole situation on our own. I was interviewed by Ron Leger the evening of the 19th. Ron goes poof. And was not contacted, though, didn't he get an award? Was not contacted by any law enforcement until 1 year later when Kyla Lonsbury from Hoyt out in British Columbia contacted me. I was then contacted by Sean Green from Martin Associates, Sean Green's former RCMP, and later by John Robin. It was Kyla Lonsbury who got us in contact with victim services, not anyone from the organization in our town. This too is unacceptable. Like I stated, I understand the seriousness of what happened in 1819, but I feel that the CERT report needs to be revisited. Felix Cashillon's response to my questions were anything but considerate, but considerate for the witnesses, consideration for only protecting those two officers who were supposed to protect us and failed. I have copies of all of my correspondence with Rod Leger, Kevin Hovey, who was the new person who came in place of Rod when he went poof, and Felix Cashillon, if you care to read them. Of course, they were initiated by me, not them. Let me note that Felix Cashillon's response to me about the fire hall video is an absolute lie. The entire event was not captured on video. There is no camera pointing in the direction where the car was parked in the middle of the road. Changes need to be made so that it never happens again in Canada. People need to be held accountable. So if this happens again, RCMP are properly trained to address the situation. Look for, well, hopefully we're not even going to have the RCMP, so then that won't even be a concern. So then Barbara is shipping this, saying thank you for it to Sharon. I have nothing to hide. I feel the truth needs to be told, says Sharon. And then Barbara ships it off to everybody and says that please forward the attachments of this message to C and P. Not sure what C and P is. You called it another dump. I'm psychic. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll take up tea leaf reading or something. 11 more months. So we're getting less 10%. Yes, I believe it's 7%. Though my math is sloppy. Email. Okay. I want to find June. Maybe. Or sorry, July 0710. July 10. Okay, this is from Leather to Curran. Okay, and Curran got the bus, which I felt really bad for. Judge Curran, who was temporarily in charge of CERT. Curran denies RCMP. Former CERT head denies directing RCMP on guns. This one is also part of the whole April 28th mess because they tried to pawn it off on him. Former police watchdog head denies directing RCMP not to reveal Nova Scotia guns. Okay, so they said that a judge, and he's like, no. That's pretty serious. A judge. Let's see if we can watch what he said. Tried to make a liar out of a judge. Interesting. Okay, so let's see here. Oh.
Revealed information about the Nova Scotia mass shooting inquiry has revealed information about another case from 5 years ago. An internal review of how the RCMP handled a sexual assault and harassment case that led to the 2017 murder of Susan Butland found that investigation was incomplete and plagued with problems. CTV's Heidi.
Too bad CTV just picks up my garbage. So fucking late in the game, these people. Out of their minds.
Trachik has more.
To cover up.
Happy days.
Suzanne Davis recalls better times
wretched.
before
Poor
her
Susie
lifelong
Butland.
friend Susie Butland was murdered in 2017 by a next-door neighbor, following weeks of harassment and threats, all reported after Butland told the RCMP she was sexually assaulted by the man who would later kill her.
I'd say, did you hear from them or have you called them again? No, they don't want anything to do with me, Suzanne. They're not coming. They're not going to help me.
Ernest Jr. Duggan was sentenced to life for Butland's killing, and now an internal RCMP investigation into the case has been made public. That 2018 review found the police investigation into the initial sexual assault complaint was incomplete, with deficiencies noted in documentation, finding overall these allegations should have been taken seriously and a thorough investigation conducted.
His wife, the murderer's wife, called and called so many times saying he is going to kill Susie. They should have arrested him.
The internal review made public by the Mass Casualty Commission has also revealed the RCMP constable who determined there was no basis for harassment charges in Butland's matter was the same officer tasked in 2010 with investigating whether the man responsible for Nova Scotia's mass shooting had firearms, an investigation that came up empty.
Oh, you got lots more than just that mess going on. April Dugan going out with Rod McDonald. Whoa. Basalt. My oh my. They're all tied up.
They missed all the cues around sexual assault.
Oh!
Femicide expert.
Oh, somehow I remember doing a video. And specifically calling out Linda and Sergeant Sarson and saying, what the fuck are you doing? You're railing on about something you have no evidence of, nothing to support. Zero, zippo, zilch. Bootland, you have lots. Silence. That would be the non-state torture part. Non-state. Can't go after RCMP. That's why they were picked.
Also knew Susie Butland. Linda McDonald says how the RCMP handled
knew
this
her?
case part of.
They missed all the
She
cues
knew her?
around sexual assault.
This femicide expert also knew Susie Butland.
Oh my God. You knew her? And you had crickets? Wow. What kind of comment is that about you? Holy fuck.
Mass shooting had firearms, an investigation that came up empty.
They missed all the cues around sexual assault.
This femicide expert also knew Susie Butlin. Linda McDonald says how the RCMP handled this case, part of a larger problem.
Well, they need to change their misogynistic culture, and that doesn't come with education. And it has to be changed with very concerted effort by
You
the,
never gave
the
a shit
policing
about the RCMP. You never gave a shit because that's your fucking whole mandate. You got your free trips, your book, all your fucking shit. And she knew Susie Butlin. I say Butlin. Wow. Oh my God. Non-state. Can't go after. That was why she was handpicked. These people and the fucking IMT, H-Strong 2, disgustingness, handpicked certain people, topics, hot button ones, derail people, hide Susie Butlin. Call her Lisa Banfield, and then it will look like we're doing something. Fuck off. And this lady, like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep replaying it. This is disgusting. She knew her?
A larger problem.
Well, they need to change their sexual assault.
With investigating whether the man responsible for Nova Scotia's mass shooting had firearms, an investigation that came up empty.
They missed all the cues around sexual assault.
This femicide expert also knew Susie Butlin.
So where were you all those years? I don't recall hearing anything from you. I could be wrong, but I certainly went through it, and I never saw anything to do with you. Ever. And I kept calling you out in videos. And what the fuck? You knew her?
Shooting had firearms, an investigation that came up empty.
They missed all the cues around sexual assault.
This femicide expert also knew Susie Butlin. Linda McDonald says how the RCMP handled this case, part of a larger problem.
Well, they need to change their misogynistic culture, and that doesn't come with education. And it has to be changed with very concerted effort by the policing organizations.
Meanwhile, Davis said,
No, I believe it's in Truro. I think that's that park with the bridge. I don't know, but that's not the same. Oh, that doesn't do good things for me. I don't know what kind of person you are. You anyway. Wow. I'll stand by people I don't even know. What the fuck is wrong with you? You knew her?
Around sexual assault.
This femicide expert also knew Susie Butlin. Linda McDonald says how the RCMP handled this case, part of a...
I don't think she did. I think she's just trying to virtue signal more. Because if she honestly did, and she left her friend in that state, like, honestly, I've cried about it. I don't even know the lady. It's horrendous. She lived in terror, absolute terror. For months, she knew she was going to die. She literally knew she was going to die. She told her friend, I'm going to get murdered. Got her stuff lined up. Holy shit, she was just waiting, preparing for the day. And this lady knew her?
A larger problem.
Well, they need to change their misogynistic culture, and that doesn't come with education. And it has to be changed with very concerted effort by the policing organizations.
Meanwhile, Davis says she's continuing her push for RCMP accountability on behalf of Butlin's grown sons.
Those boys deserve more than an apology.
An independent civilian review of how police handled the case is underway. In response today, the
Oh, it
Nova
is.
Scotia RCMP says it has made changes since the internal review into the Butland case, including offering more training in sexual assault investigations and an external review process to ensure those investigations are trauma-informed, thorough, and timely. Todd.
Heidi Petracek covering the inquiry for us.
It's always the same. It's always the fucking same. We'll have more training, more programs, more money, more things we can hire our friends and family with. There was total silence from Sergeant Sarson and Linda. Total silence. You carted around their water. You got your book. And yet you care about women. And you left Bootland in that disaster. Oh, I don't even know what to say about that. Like that just fucking floors me. I did a bunch of videos on her in, I think that's 2020. My, oh my. Fuck is wrong with people? Well, God does some interesting things, doesn't he? That wasn't what I was looking for. That wasn't what I was looking for. I was looking for, yeah, sorry. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one. I was looking for Judge Curran and his flat out denial when they tried to pin it on him about the weapons, which of course got very little play. You discredit a judge to try and hide your shit. Oh, look, it's Weather Girl. Not been carting water the whole time too. Former director of Nova Scotia's police watchdog denies telling RCMP not to release the list of weapons seized by the gunman who murdered. Pat Curran, judge, retired, who led serious incidents response team at the time. It was a very interesting transition how that went. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing here. Billy. They're in all kinds of hot water. This, I'm not kidding. I don't use hyperbole. I don't speak out my ass. What I say is serious and based as much as I can in evidence. So I try to separate opinion from fact. These people are in serious hot water. Nova Scotia, this commission and all of the things that surround it stand a high likelihood of calling the fall of the federal government and the complete implosion of the RCMP. I'm not using hyperbole. I'm being very serious. Extreme damage. And more media, all kinds of shit is going to come out. Former police watchdog denies former police watchdog head denies directing RCMP to reveal shooter. Now, I wonder if they're going to have this in this report. Raquel is very good. Dan show? believe is her name. Dan Show.
Moving on, in a June 28th, 2020 Globe and Mail article, you were quoted confirming that you did speak to the RCMP about the upcoming OIC ban. When was Commissioner Lucky informed of the May 1st announcement date?
Commissioner Lucky had been working with us, but Commissioner Lucky, as the Commissioner of the RCMP, is responsible for the Canadian Firearms Program. The Canadian Firearms Program, as it was integral in the
Mr.
work
Blair,
that we,
when was she informed of the May 1st date of that announcement?
and I don't. That's a question that would have to be.
When was the
posed
May
to
1st date determined for that announcement? Was it before or after the Nova Scotia attacks?
the date of release was determined after the Nova Scotia shooting.
Thank you. You're aware of the email sent by Commissioner Lucky on April 23rd, 4 days after the attacks to your Chief of Staff, Zita Astravez, containing information your government had requested
Who?
concerning weapons used in the attacks, correct?
Who?
You're aware of the date determined for that.
Who? Did I hear? Zita? Zita? I don't remember anybody talking about Zita before.
Announcement. Was it before or after the Nova Scotia attacks?
The date of release was determined after the Nova Scotia shooting.
Thank you. You're aware of the email sent by Commissioner Lucky on April 23rd, 4 days after the attacks to your Chief of Staff, Zita Astravez, containing...
Chief of Staff, Zita. I do recall speaking about Zita. No mention of Zita.
Information your government had requested concerning weapons used in the attacks, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
And you're also aware that the Commissioner's email contained a strong warning that the information must not be shared beyond you and the Prime Minister because it could jeopardize the active investigation, correct?
I'm not only aware of it, but I respected that throughout.
And you're aware of the meeting the Commissioner called for her and her Nova Scotia officials immediately following the Nova Scotia press conference on April 28th.
I was not aware of that. I've subsequently become aware of it through media reports.
You're aware that during that meeting, the Commissioner reprimanded her Nova Scotia deputies for not sharing the information she warned you not to share, correct?
I'm not aware of that. I was not a party to that conversation, and I've only read media reports. I've not discussed that in any way with the Commissioner.
Your office obtained assurances from Commissioner Lucky that the type of weapons used in the shooting would be released to the public at the April 28th press conference, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So it was not assured. You had no idea that that was Commissioner Lucky's expectation in that press conference?
Let me be very clear. At no time did I ask Commissioner Lucky to reveal that information. At no time did I direct her in any way in her communications. She did not make any promise to me.
What did he just do? Can we go back? What did he just do? Right? This is the part people are, oh, fuck off. Goop. That's a flat, out and out lie. Oh, what the fuck is this? Quit going on about it. Oh, God, they just can't let it go. Who owns them? My Lord, they just got to keep going on. Oh, there's a virus. There's something. Everybody's kids are dying. That's what this one, the story, the next one was about. Really? Evidence-based? No. Agenda-based? Yeah. I want to make sure I get that little piece there. He out and out lied.
I've only read media reports. I've not discussed that in any way with the Commissioner.
Your office obtained assurances from Commissioner Lucky that the type of weapons used in the shooting would be released to the public at the April 28th press conference, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So it was not assured. You had no idea that that office obtained assurances from Commissioner Lucky that the type of weapons used in the shooting would be released to the public at the April 28th press conference, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So it was not assured. You had no idea that that was Commissioner Lucky's expectation in that press conference?
Let me be very clear. At no time did I ask Commissioner Lucky to reveal that information. At no time did I direct her in any way in her communications. She did not make any promise to me.
Out and out lie. Out and out lie. Where's that tweet line again? Minister and Government of Canada anxiously awaiting, and didn't give a shit about the like maps and the timeline. That was secondary. Later in the evening, the anxiously awaiting is very damaging. Very, very damaging. Where's that? Stick me into a fucking echo chamber for years doesn't mean it's gonna go away. Where is it? Buried it, of course. Whatever. Go fuck yourself. What? 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 What the fuck? They deleted my chain with all my evidence in it. What? You fucking people. Holy shit. You guys remember this chain? I think there were, 10, 12 tweets in it? Anybody archive that? They deleted my chain. It was like they've been deleting my videos. Fucking garbage. It's not enough that you stick me in an echo chamber for years. It's not enough you fucking delete my stuff. It's not enough you give me a warning so I have to take all my videos down. It's not enough. Now you just fucking can't stop. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be bitching. I'm just really fucking mad. No, this is my tweet. Little gray cell status. That's mine. This is the chain. I retweeted the train because they were fucking toileting it. Twitter.com/littlegray-cells. My chain. October 20th. Fucking whores. Pardon my language. The one that showed was deleted. So they deleted one of the chain? I didn't delete anything. I don't delete. Well, actually, I think I may have deleted sometime in my life, but this is just. Okay, so they've deleted a couple of them out of it, or one for sure. Anyway, this was the one I wanted. I don't even know which one they deleted. Wondering if we have the inventory of the weapons used and weapons seized. Government of Canada and Ministry anxiously awaiting. This is on the 23rd. Not on the 28th, the 23rd. Thanks in advance, Brenda. And that email chain is damning. Follow the email chain and you'll see for yourself how concerned the government of Canada was concerned with the details. Very poor English, Amos. Very poor. Should not use the same word twice in the sentence. Concerned for details of the crime and families versus the guns. They didn't give a shit. It's all in the email chain, and you can see it for yourself. I didn't link the email chain in here, but you can see map and timeline to follow. Oh, yeah. Do you have the guns? Do you have the guns? What the fuck, man? Government of Canada and Minister anxiously awaiting on the 23rd. On the 23rd. Not the 28th, the 23rd. So you know you're going to run. Oh yeah, no, I never did anything. Well then, why is Brenda saying that? You're just inventing that? 5 days before the phone call? She has 5 days to sit around and shit her pants and get angry about it. Probably getting dumped on by, maybe he's drunk dialing her. And who's he getting phone calls from? The clear and compelling. Yeah. Was that what they deleted? Did they delete the clear and compelling? I don't even remember what was in it. Who knows? I gotta fucking have time to memorize that. Interference. No, this is clear and compelling. You'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. Fucking asshole. I don't like to call people names either, but if you're deplorable and you're a fucking liar.
The RCMP will, at the completion of their investigation, be able to advise all Canadians where those guns come from and what type of guns were used. But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know that when Canadians have that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
Okay, so clear and compelling, but that just made me think of something here. That's fine. I heard the phone call. It's all good. Don't worry. I heard it. Took note. April 24th, memorandum to the Prime Minister. So if the memorandum is coming out on the 24th, and it goes to the Prime Minister, that says the guns used. Why is it that there's the phone call again? 4 days later? It's on the 28th. Oh, because they wanted it in the public. That's right. Sorry, my apologies. did they delete? Weird. Anyway. Okay, so Pat Curran. So they tried to pin it off on Pat Curran first. Former director of Nova Scotia's police watchdog denies telling the RCMP not to release a list of weapons used. Pat Curran, who led the serious incident response team at the time, I don't quite understand that move. Maybe Felix was on holidays or something. Says he gave, quote, no directives to the RCMP, end quote, about the 5 firearms Gabriel Wortman had in his possession when he was killed by police at a gas station. Whatever. You've proven nothing. That contradicts statements made by our chief RCMP, Chris Leather, and retired Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman to a parliamentary committee investigating alleged political interference in the case. So who's telling the truth? Is it Pat Curran, Judge Pat Curran? Is it Chief Superintendent and Lee Bergerman? Learn the Twitter if you want to live. 4,009. Still going up. 3 hours. I wasn't aware that there was a lawful way to smuggle guns into Canada. Oh, right. Fast and freezy. Don't worry. Maybe 2 years from now, the media will start, they'll realize that they've been pushed so far in a corner, they better start telling the truth. Those goddamn people. Okay, cert referral. Okay, this is, I'm sorry, I'm gonna skip by the stuff to do with Onslow and Enfield, and I'm gonna go to, I'm trying to find stuff to do with, I probably should refresh the list. Hines. I saw that you posted oh dear, I saw you posted what's the last name? Hyphenated. That's the person who has the photo. To Rifle Lady. Oh. Well, this is Costa, but I don't think it's going to be Keith. No, May. Oh, there's Joy. I shouldn't be so familiar. How is she doing? Sit rep report. Here we go. Here's one. Sit rep to commissioner. Wow. Going high. All the way to the top. CERT referral update. Purpose to update the commissioner on the referral note made by Nova Scotia Serious Incidents Response Team related to the alleged wrongdoing by officers of the blank. And we're talking about probably two different police services, RCMP and a municipal service, and cover up, obviously, in the senior levels, white shirts. Update to sit rep provide a 10th. Okay, so this is the next one in the chain. Two individuals came forward to the RCMP Re-H Division with the allegations of serious criminal behavior committed by blank. Allegations were also made that serving police officers at blank, that's a detachment, were complicit covering up this criminal activity. HDiv RCMP referred the matter to CERT to investigate these allegations. On October 26, 2020, CERT Director advised HDiv Criminal Operations Officer, all right, Chris Leather, that CERT would not be investigating this matter. And that would be why? With no criminal investigation, maybe this has bearing on why, is Felix back in house at this point? He went Jenga? With no criminal investigation being undertaken by CERT, well, RCMP equally, I think the onus is on them. Is it not? But they can't investigate themselves. Not being investigated. HDiv senior management is assessing the option of reporting the potential Police Violations Act to the Nova Scotia Office of the Police Complaints Commissioner Review Board. Okay, so they're appealing the decision, basically. OPCC oversees the investigation of complaints by the public, allegations of misconduct by municipal officers. Okay, so here we go. It's municipal. Yeah, so it is two different departments or two different services. Alternatively, a complaint was made to the blank Board of Police Commissioners. The Canadian, the Atlantic. It's too lengthy. Further discussions will be held with CNIP. Oh, great, Brennan. How this information was obtained by the RCMP is linked to the pending mass shooting public inquiry in Nova Scotia in relation to information sharing. It was at a town hall. It's either at Bible Hill or Amherst. And they were kind of clearing their chests, and somebody came up and mentioned this. In the inquiry orders in council, states B, direct the commissioners to examine issues related to the tragedy in Nova Scotia 1819, including communications between and within RCMP, municipal police forces, the Canadian Border Service Agency, the Criminal Intelligence Service of Nova Scotia, Canadian Firearms Program, and the Alert Ready Program. HDiv senior management is discussing whether this information should be held securely by HDiv Issues Management Team. Oh, no. For examination by the commissioners if required. Further discussions will be held with CNIP. So now we're going upstairs. Lee's signing off on it. Lutz. Corporal Jamie Lutz. So it went over to CERT, and CERT said, no, we're not going to do anything about it. RCMP then turned to some unknown Board of Police Commissioners. Maybe somebody can do a search and see who that might be. And they're sending it upstairs to Brennan. And then sending it over to the commissioners. So a lot of different people looking at this thing. Well, just because it doesn't go somewhere then doesn't sure as hell mean that it won't get there now. Email chain. Good afternoon, sir. This is from Lots to, I believe, Chief Superintendent Leather advised he would forward through appropriate channels. If I misunderstood, please advise the required email recipients of this SITREP report. So that's the SITREP we just read. Sir, I attached the renamed version as I modified, quote, CNIP to commissioner, end quote, and thank you. Chris said, happy to do so. Thank you, Jamie. Before that, and then Jamie, the version I forwarded you, was just to CNIP and will be briefed to the commissioner by the assistant commissioner daily, should he deem necessary. Well, this is going pretty high. Oh. Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. And that's at, well, so he's cert attaching letter 12/17. 12/17 is an important day. December 17, for some reason, there's also one in November. The notes, Debbie Trask. Oh, Debbie. There may be notes on a certain phone call somewhere. To Chris Leather, Sean Auld, CC, and Joanne Frisk, Nova Scotia Government. Hello, Debbie. As discussed, please find the attached correspondence from Director Cachillon to Chief Superintendent Leather in relation to the referral from our RCMP. So I suspect this still has to do with the July, and this is a month and a half later, and now in December, mid-December. Well, I don't suspect that. I believe that is. December 17th is and there's also one in November. Cert, December 17th, to Chris. Dear Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, you referred complaints made about certain blank members. So it's going to be HRP, Truro, RCMP, something of the blank. That's probably going to be the police service. To CERT to review and consider whether these met CERT's mandates. These complaints were contained in statements of RCMP. Okay, that's a federal redaction. Statements of RCMP. And now we get mass casualty redaction. Then back to federal redaction, made sometime after the tragic events 1819. The statements taken by Inspector Diamopoulos were initially reviewed by me and subsequently on separate occasions by two investigators. This review examined not only the contents of the statements, but also an RCMP investigative file concerning the possible extortion, of a large sum of money by blank. Okay, is that the source money that was being spoken about? Extortion? There was serious criminal matters that were mentioned in the very initial SITREP. Blank was named in blank's statement as the person who allegedly certain improprieties by mass casualty redaction, member of the mass casualty redaction with federal redaction. Okay, so this is still going on because now we're in December and CERT is still getting, they said in October they're not going to deal with it. Federal redaction was interviewed by one of our investigators and denied any knowledge of the mass casualty redaction member committing any criminal offense. A review of the complaints made by the statements of federal redaction and federal redaction, irrelevant. How can you say this is fucking irrelevant? Honestly, there's going to be hell to pay for certain people because they're going to have to justify this. They will have to justify it in court. How do you call it? Irrelevant. Together with other information examined in our review points to this referral being one that does not meet the CERT mandate, but rather one that may be considered by the Policing Services section of the Nova Scotia Department of Justice, if you choose warranted. There was the mention that civilians and officers would be placed at risk or harm. So I can't see. Okay. So now we're going back to October. Update. Yeah. Okay. Blank page. SITREP to Commissioner. Blank. CERT referral update. Purpose to update the Commissioner of the referral made to the Nova Scotia Serious Incidents Response Team related to alleged wrongdoing by officers of the blank. Update to SITREP report July 10th, 2020. 2 individuals came forward at the RCMP H Division with allegations of serious criminal behavior by blank. Allegations also made that serving police officers of blank were complicit in covering up this criminal activity. HDiv RCMP referred the matter to CERT to investigate these allegations. Current status, October 26, 2020, CERT director advised HDiv that CERT would not be investigating this matter, but it's still even going on in this back. If we fast forward to December, like we read previously. With no criminal investigation being undertaken by CERT, HDiv senior management is assessing the option of reporting the potential Police Act violations. Okay, so that's municipal. To Nova Scotia Office of Police Complaints Commissioner. The Police Complaints Commissioner oversees the investigation of complaints by the public alleging misconduct by municipal officers. Okay, so yeah, good. Decent deduction going on here. Alternatively, a complaint could have been made to the blank Board of police commissioners. Okay, so they were mentioned before. Further discussions will be held with CNIP. Brennan. Daily. Robin. How this information was obtained by the RCMP may be linked to the pending mass shooting public inquiry in Nova Scotia in relation to the blank. Issues with blank. Now, I've never understood the potential harm, public at risk, officers at harm, in harm's way business. Is this something to do with 1819? Or was it just brought up? In the inquiry, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they're going to quote why they have to look into it. HDIV senior management is discussing whether this information should be held securely by HDIV issue management team for examination by commissioners. If required, further discussions will be had with CNIP. But it's still ongoing. Okay, so here we got November and December notes from SCAN, whatever the fuck that means. So though there, like I said, there were 2 dates. December 17th is one. I can't remember the November date. That, and I looked in their notebooks, Leather's notebooks, and they were redacted. Okay, so November 5th. That's not it. It's November 20 something. IMT, DOJ position, director's statement, US not assisting, whatever they're doing down there. Interesting. Lots of redactions, of course. Commanding officer to director, admin. Meeting, discussion, independent. Something and review. November 24, I think that's the day. 10 till 7 headquarters. Discuss W5. Remember something about W5 a long time ago. They were going to do something. I don't think they ever did. With Superintendent Campbell, D&D, Inspector Auld, concern for discussion, met with Jamie Lutz and Sean Auld. Okay. So definitely Jamie Lutz is tied up with the stuff to do with the July. Was Sean Auld also listed? I think this is in relation to the July sit rep. Meet with the commanding officer weekly brief on weekly updates. 5th estate. Debbie. Okay. Debbie Trask. Something appointment for CERT, commanding officer, and I. Next Friday. Okay, so Friday. What date is that? November. Next Friday, that would be November 13th. So there may be something interesting under November 13th. Under leather. I don't know how much we get out of Bergerman. Next Friday, I don't understand that. Commanding officer. 11:42 over. So that's some kind of meeting. Wednesday, November 25th, email to Director Cashillon, re-release of firearms by Prime Minister's Office, ATIP, National Post, email intro completed by DFO Special Rep Alistair Surratt and Mr. Ma. This is Ma. Why is this ringing a bell? Something's going through my head right now, but it could be totally unrelated. Irrelevant. December 16. 24, December 16. Somewhere, 17, December 17. Somewhere I've got the date. December 16, 2020. Met with commanding officer, met with CERT director, Cashion re blank complaint. Additional interviews. Okay, so this one is related to, all right, so there's two, I'm getting two. This one, December 16, 17 stuff is related to the July sit rep. The other date, 24, 25, is to do with, in November, is to do with guns. Additional interviews conducted by CERT. No evidence of criminality surfaced. No file opened by CERT investigators. Discuss conduct issues. Decide that I see minister. Matter should be briefed to minister for the new year. The minister? Which minister should be informed about the extortion, sexual assault shit? One moment. Okay. CERT skirts the issue. Matt Thorpe. Original SIT report refers to sexual relationship and diversion of source monies. Well, now we have extortion also thrown in there. The word extortion. 800 more documents still coming. 5,225. Sounds like dirty cops involved in and around April 1819. Well, again, this business about Wiley being Wiley and the mass casualty and RCMP being Wiley about Wiley and the whole Bootland, Dugan, Rod McDonald, the Selt nonsense could be something. You might notice as soon as Justin T. dumps, he buggered off out west to announce gun freeze. I think this one possibly might fall flat on its face, the gun stuff. They're trying to ram it home. But things may come to light that won't support their stuff. cause them problems more. Cindy McKenzie, calm brief. Okay, that's Onslow. Calm brief Onslow. Onslow. Email from McKenzie, Cindy McKenzie. I mean, I do want to go into that at some point, but that's later. Onslow. Unless Onslow ties to this other incident, which is possible. Balmaceda, Michael Balmaceda. Sensitive. Sensitive. Situational awareness. Okay. Interesting. Balmaceda to NOCs. Conclusion of CERT investigation, Colchester District H. On behalf of Assistant Commissioner Lee Berkerman, Commanding Officer HDIV, the following sensitive sit rep is provided for your awareness. Restricted distribution. To update the Commissioner of the CERT investigation into 2 HDIV members involved in the search for a suspect in multiple homicide investigations. Limited distribution. Background. April 19th, 2020, Constable Terry Brown and Constable Dave Melanson from Colchester District were patrolling together unmarked vehicle searching for suspect. Information provided to the members, suspect potentially wearing yellow high-vis vest, whatever, them and their fucking high-vis nonsense, driving what appeared to be fully marked police car. And that would, where's that coming from again? The vest. I guess that's possibly Peterson's 911 or possibly the Fishers. Not Lisa. That's a red or burnt orange vest, depending on how she's feeling at the moment. Constable Dave Gannon was doing site security marked police car near Onslow. Civilian volunteer was wearing high-vis jacket. Constable Gannon's, okay, well, they've already concluded that they're not possible to see him. Constable Brown and Melanson fired shots towards the police vehicle. Constable Gannon sent broadcast over portable radio, which prompted them to stop firing. Constable Gannon and civilian uninjured. Nova Scotia Serious Incident Response contacted. CERT completed. Independent investigation concluded no criminal offense was committed. No charges were warranted against the officers. CERT's mandated to release their findings by March the 2nd. Stratcoms or Officer Northeast Nova, HDIV. Criminal Ops is aware. HDIV Strategic Comms is aware. Okay. Staff Sergeant Balmaceda. Officer in charge. Onslow. TMR2 stuff. Peterson said it first and then the Fishers. Then with Dustine, can you please share the AN crops file with Chief Superintendent Robin? I'll have to get filled in on what the AN is. Anybody have any ideas? I was with Sean and Jeff and then Dustine for a while. Thank you, Chris. I have it locked up in a secure room. We'll fish it out in the morning when I get it in. Debbie. Trask. Huh. Cert referral. May 11th. So this is not Onslow. It's not Enfield. Must be the other one. Because both those are out by that point. Is that all we've got? I don't even know what we've done. $2017. Okay. Sure. Well, if there's sexual impropriety, I'm not sure how that cert can turn this down. In all cases of death, serious injury, sexual assault, domestic violence involving an incident alleged to have occurred from the actions of a police officer, whether or not on duty or off duty, the incident must be reported to CERT as soon as possible. Well, how can they not investigate the July 10th referral? And obviously, it's upsetting enough that they're going to go to the commissioner about it. Email, attaching letter. Attaching letter. Pretty sure we read this one, right? Yeah. Oh, let's see what Jerry says. Nothing new. Is it going out of order? Pictures of firearms from the car. They're talking about the laser and the location, I think, of the guns. Is Heidi's firearm believed to be there? Odd. 9:27 p.m. April 20th. I'm not sure. That falls out of order. Is Heidi's firearm believed to be there? Do they not know? 5,000. AM crops report as in morning crops report. Oh, okay. Thank you. Of course, it has to be something simple, right? Huh? Does that mean leather swept sexual assaults, extortion under the... It seems like no, because he keeps going up the food chain. Felix says, no, we don't want to do it. He keeps going all the way to the top. And he's reported it also to the whatever board of commissioners. Was anybody able to figure out what that was? The board of commissioners, police commissioners or something? The blank? No new audio or videos or new pictures. Oh yeah, by the way. Can't fucking search that. What is the is it a JPEG or the Chief of Chiefs? Well, it obviously has something to do with what's going on underneath it, to me. And I was told that it could be a witness to something ongoing, like in witness protection. So it could cause problems. What are some of these new interviews, I wonder? So, okay, so we had John Robbins' notebooks. I saw that. I skipped by that. Okay, I think we went through that one. Solomé. They're trying to narrow. Is this the one that they're trying to narrow the scope? I think these are recommendations basically for defense. Or there's the scope. All right, so Robin would have been in charge then over Demo. Redaction. Rupa. Privy Council. Oh. Oh, Fletcher. Wanda. She went totally, she's gone way dark. And I never did finish her interviews. I started a little bit, and she's got a couple of them. That's Justice, Nova Scotia. So interesting. To something Ottawa, witness support family. Wednesday. Jamie Lutz. Okay. Aaron Campbell. order is this going in? October 17th. December, what? 2020, 10/17, Thursday. 2020, December 18. Okay. That's not following chronological order very well. Page 3 and page 4. Okay. Chris Leather, updated job description. Darren Campbell. What do we have here? Nothing. Okay. Jeff West. Greg? I don't know this. Wayne. Greg. Jeff West. 4 new documents for Lisa Banfield. There isn't a way to search for an image. Okay. He did have, he made, is that just a typo? Oh, he kept stressing he had the fucking, yeah, he didn't have the pants with the stripes. Sorry. Yeah. No, and he said that to the EHS guy. He's like, I'm the good guy. I don't have the stripe on the pants. Huh? Even the interviewees, the EHS guy seemed to be shocked by what he was saying. It was a bit of an odd one. Okay, lots of redaction. Because it's totally, what is it? It's all litigation. Ah, okay. December 22nd. Janice Gray, Sean Ald, Jeremy. Oh, that's Jeremy Landry. Aaron Pepper. Oh. Jeremy Landry. Dave Nibs? I don't know that person. Chris Leather. Oh, so Jeremy was there before Janice went out the door? Interesting. Okay. Something review. Management review. HRP letter. List issues. CID. Okay. Christine Kilfoyle? Maybe? Don't know what that is. Westray. Is that Westray? Oh, no, Wednesday. December 30, 2021, 02/01/04. I don't know. New year, maybe he doesn't know the date. Hoyt mandate letter, prime file. Prime. Letter to Debbie, from Debbie something. Prime file. IMIT laptop. Jerry Rose Skipper. Skipper's pretty notorious. I'll just know him as Skipper. Meeting with blank, Baron Campbell, Mike Butcher. Dennis Daly, Lee Bergerman. Ready Alert, Amherst. Glenn Bonvie, ATIP. Workflow. Alan Hearn. Marty. I don't know. That's something I don't know. Oh, Grandma. He confirmed with Heidi her identity and location right before she was murdered. Who did? You guys are reading the Lisa stuff? ATIP workflow. Leah Scanlon. Burkholder. On IM. And Gallant on radio. IT. ATIP requests. Howdy, Robert. These notes, sorry, are yeah, so I should link these stuff. This is John Robin. Looks to be the first available notebook. Tammy Burkholder. Debbie Roy. Jeff West. Emergency Management Office, RCMP, municipal police departments monitor something systems, alert ready, note, meet in, everybody. Carbine training. HDIV manual 37.155. Operations manual 2.15 DTW. Risk analysis. Why does New Brunswick have cooked policy? Nova Scotia does not? Is that cooked policy? 2012, something of decision making or alert ready? Are the family docs out where they spoke to the commissioners? I don't know. Christine Kilfoyle is senior counsel for Justice Canada. Thank you. Looks like cooked. Okay. And told them what they thought of the whole process. The meetings before they did the I don't know if those are out or not. Police standards, alert broadcast geography issues, lack of analysis, risk tolerance, public education. NIOC. I don't know what this NIOC is. I've heard it referred to a few times. Okay, so here's the stuff to do with the BS data gathering shit that they were doing on April 24th with the construction sounds. They're trying to figure out, it may sound crazy, but I'm pretty sure that was what was going on. They were trying to build the defense. They needed the data. They did April 24th so that they could use it in the commission. Double murder BC. Something tabletop or something BCACP. British Columbia something. B division has problem as well. Canvassing NOIC. Priority for OC. Brennan? Notebooks. Fury? Info for alert ready. Something. Decisions, discussions. Notebooks. There's new notebooks out too. Not just these ones. Maybe I should. Well, there's follow-up emails to the ethics one. did we already go through this? Okay, let's try notebooks. Oops. Watch commander notes. That'll be EHS, I believe. Shortly before my arrival, shortly before midnight, M86 left transporting one mail to Colchester. M90, M60 are waiting, advised to stage to have M90 assess a patient. Okay, so that's Katie. Avery called me M60. Clinton. At 5 o'clock, police advised that they were going to enter the hostile zone. Huh? They didn't enter before then? M60 returned to Antigonish. One of the crew members wished to go home. Confirmed he was okay. $7:40, Lisa Hutt and I spoke with RCMP, advised we were changing shift. Current plan is to have 2 ambulances watch commander on scene until further consultation with them. Received a call. Well, there seems to be something missing. Or is it just me? Is there a certain important person who was not listed as going to the hospital? I don't see any reference to Lisa Banfield going to the hospital. In fact, I don't even see that ambulance on duty. Or the drivers. Because it should be Greg Benio. Yeah, it's Clinton. Clinton is here, 3:30. We have Andrew. We have Katie. We have the children. But I'm not seeing anything about Lisa Banfield or the paramedics that transported her. Do you? I don't see that ambulance. I don't see those paramedics. What was the ambulance number again? National Integrated Operations Council. Voy, what is that? What is the ambulance? What was the ambulance number? Lisa's ambulance number? Oh dear. Is that here? I forget which it was. Actually, here I can find it probably. Let's do this. 5,302. M102. Abbas Hadair and Eddie Gannett. Ashley, Stavely, and Greg. M102. No transport. Well, it's got up until 7:40 here. And there's no list of listing for Lisa going to the hospital. Yes. Yeah, that's their ambulance here at the bottom of this list, to which I don't believe there were any interviews ever released. Ashley or Greg, though they're in the Greg Pino. Greg Vardy for the interviews. Greg Muse. Greg, no. 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 How is it you don't have the ambulance drivers who took her to the hospital listed? for M102 as an interview conducted. Like, I figured they're holding that one back, but now you still don't have it? BC Associations of Chiefs of Police. The last names are unknown, but you can tell because it's Ashley Ernst and Greg Pinio, because they're both named Ashley and Ernst. Only 5,304. Oh, has the number dropped? Okay. Yet this report seems to go up until at least 740. And it doesn't have M102 with Ashley Ernst or Greg Pinio doing it. It has still the earlier staff, which was Eddie Gannett and Hader Abbas. No, just slow. Oh, okay. So they've stopped? COM 1410. Okay. Any and all notes, reports, officers involved. Firstly, after receiving a call to Colchester Hospital in lockdown, telecoms asked to speak to the risk manager. I identified myself to the dispatcher who answered the call. She immediately began laughing at me when I requested to speak to the risk manager. Nice. Is this the directions? They asked for directions. What? They had just completed a next of kin notification. Must be unrelated. Bergerman, Chubbs, McKay, Ashley. No, I haven't read that. Definitely haven't read Verdi. Wayne. Wayne's notes are really light. I don't think they were going into August or September before, so these are all new. Oh yeah, into 2021 now. Burris, Hughes, Kershaw, Bruce Lake. He has a few days of notes. Dave Legge, McFarland, McKay. Command triangle notes, that might be interesting. Melanson notes. Have we seen Melanson notes before? Or is anybody? Called out Staff Sergeant Carroll. 5-person homicide at 3 o'clock in the morning. See, again, how do you know these numbers? Brief with Staff Sergeant Carroll, multiple residents burned, SOC Gabriel Wortman on 93. Very legible writing. F-150 white, Mercedes white, Taurus white. I'm not sure what this is fucking redacted for. Contact information of victim. Details. Has bullet in pocket. Okay, so that's Andrew. Aaron Patton. Contact information of victim and details. Wortman's parents. Threatened parent. 10 years Kodiak region. Kodiak sending members to check on them. Safety. Holiday checking on Lisa Banfield. Can't read that line underneath. Lisa Banfield, X. Okay. Rehill recent breakup. And that's coming from the children, is that correct? MCU Jerry Rose. No times here. What we can do for last seen in white Ford Taurus. Has an uncle, Glenn Wortman. No number for him. Okay. You know Glenn before 437. They know Lisa's an ex. They know recent breakup. They know about the parents. Tim Mills might be spicy. Has it been read? Wasn't it Brown that interviewed her in the ambulance? It was Brown, Dave, and it's Dave, last name unknown, but it's Melanson. And I believe there's another person there too. Vicky Colford, something, and girlfriend, both gone. He and girlfriend both gone to hospital. John Andrew McDonald at hospital. Katie McDonald, no phone numbers. Not sure then what the redactions are. Car still something. Second of road. At second of road. Located at second of road. Tina Grotto, grandmother. Blank. Other officer dealing with above. Staff Sergeant Rehill to Staff Sergeant or Sergeant Lilly said showed up, shot father Lisa McCulley. Sorry? Kids too, possibly he broke up, possibly. Kids told possibly he broke up, possible. Blank to HRM, blank. Clinton Edison. Jesus, I still do that. Corey dead. 43. Clinton survived. Went to Great Village. Edison. Talking father, Ron or Roy Edison. Merchant driving him. Now it looks like Ellison, Richard. Small brown something bag. Paper bag contains 2 shirts from guy shot in arm. 4 plastic bags containing clothing from kids. Okay, so this is the stuff that got turned over, which, I don't know, just disappeared. Oh, so they had Andrew's clothes too. I didn't know about that. Isn't it Lily who turned it over to Brown? So also turned over clothes from Andrew McDonald. Shop of father, showed. Said showed up. Shot father? Lisa McCulley. Must be the kids. Rehill is telling Dave Lilly. What? Dave Lilly was at the hospital. And I believe he was in the ambulance too. Why would Rehill need to tell Dave Lilly that? The arrow is going to the wrong person. Oh, very interesting, isn't it? Wow, okay. So that's the next step in the food chain? Noik is above RCMP. Maureen Banfield Blank, Lisa, sister got something text from Lisa, need number for Lisa, any other number for him, any possible location. Brown 1021, Wortman, Paul, and Lynn. No answer. Luke Basque, watch commander, members still on location with Wortman's, going to instruct them to leave and provide number for them too. Sergeant, is that HRP sitting on the house? Ivani Emer, transport Lisa to fire hall, 7 o'clock. Told him she was handcuffed in back of his car with silent patrolman. He was going into warehouse. Loads several guns into front seat of vehicle. 1 large machine gun. Said he was going to burn his house down on Portland Street, Halifax. White Ford Taurus. She believed in something into the woods. He said he wasn't going to live through this. ERT plate on vehicle blank, Nova Scotia, 2013 Ford Taurus. Lisa to Brown, 740. At warehouse, 5 guns, 2 handguns. some with laser, fully marked PC. It's like, shouldn't that be out there right away? Suddenly it takes an hour. Handcuffed. Her shot for machine gun, loaded front of car, poured gas, F-150, black Jeep Wrangler, another Taurus. Smashed her cell, blank. Right. Another Ford Taurus. Poured something road, poured gas on that. She escaped through silent patrolman. 513. Bolted? Okay. How did Maureen get a text from Lisa? Okay. Maureen, blank, Lisa's sister, got text from Lisa. Need number for Lisa. Any other text number for him, possible location, 625. Okay, interesting. When was the text sent? Now, doesn't specify. But yeah, okay. Trevor Arsenault, something going with Lisa to hospital. Okay, he had, I believe he had notes and stuff. I remember reading him being instructed to go. Was F-150 has large backhoe. Well, you should know that's all burned because it's there. Brown update MCU Jerry in quotation marks. Why is Jerry's name in quotation marks? That's his name. Do you not know who Jerry is? Because he's out of the same fucking detachment. It's not huge. Bjorn Mersbach, blank. Heard shots, called in, offered to use drone. Advised no, stay in house, not wander around. Brown update GIS. No, cross that out. Don't want to update GIS. I don't know. Lisa Banfield. Okay, so we got a phone number now. Leon Jowdry, 835, blank. Statement avoid audio. Statement audio taken Brown. Met Gabriel year ago. Dated Lisa McCulley. Jamie Blair's last night. Home by 9 or 9:30. Went, looked around, was told to go back home. Another daylight. Lisa, no shoes, no coat, shaking, gave her shoes. What about the party now that Lisa McCulley's talking about? And Leon's at the party. Like, that's kind of a major one. 8 people. That's not what Leon was saying. Going in, said something last something, had her handcuffed, she hid in the woods. Not wearing handcuffs at time, came to the house. She was freaking. Jamie Blair, 2 small kids, Greg's. Ron was there. Ron was there from Lance. Stayed last night in trailer last night. Drives white car. Ron, he's down on the beach. what's his name? Ron. And he went to the Blairs in the morning. Sometime after 10, heard shots. Sounded like shots, went to sleep, possibly two shots. Frank, last name unknown, house burnt down, only heard from Bjorn. Saw Lisa yesterday morning. Haven't seen Gabriel in weeks. Was going to do some work for him Remembrance Day. Usually drives old cop cars and a white F-150. Left maybe at 8:50 last night. Statement ended. Oh. Leon was at the party. Yep. According to the Ruth Janes. 8 people at the party, was going to call the RCMP. There's quite a bit in that interview. Seems to dovetail into other interviews somewhat. I read them, a bunch of them aloud yesterday. Can we put 8 people there potentially? Well, she listed some. Wasn't Leon at Bush woodcutting event? Yes. Strange notes, disconnected. Richard Ellison statement. Offices seem to be surprised that Jamie was a female. Could explain 2 men in the house, but they were not both in the house. Richard Ellison didn't know that Jamie was a female? Okay. Weird. Lisa's text from Leon's cell phone. I guess that's possible. What was that? No, officers did not know. Okay. Highway cameras don't record. Takes a snapshot every 20 minutes. I don't know about that one. I remember looking at the webcams, the highway cameras. They didn't have, of course, the camera I was looking for, because I'm sure they probably took that down, the big box. I don't think it was every 20 minutes. No, it did update. There was pauses, but called Paul Wortman, 2 RCMP posted out front. He was suggested wife and him vacate, was told some was shot. Advised of news release, son very intelligent and determined. Other officer who investigated became France. The officer who investigated threat became France. Wiley. Officer who investigate threat became France. Lisa McCauley's cell phone or 911 call still missing. Remakers, Noble Skinner, Vardy, Royce McCrae, Carla Sloan. Oh, FIS stuff. Okay, she's not somebody I'm looking for right now, FIS, but on duty, departed Fall River, Truro detachment, began processing of suspect. Yeah, like there's another thing. Leon and Lisa's quote arrest. That's coming from Mallory Coal Pits. Police car with deceased in rear passenger side seat. Okay. Total negligence over there on that one. Inside detachment, bay detachment. 30 degrees, partly cloudy in Bible Hill. Garage is unheated. Something temperature colder outside. Remove deceased from back seat. Graphic. What appears to be circuit boards, several clamps like trickle charger battery clamps of various sizes, AA batteries. I think that's not in the trunk. One larger caliber casing located on the floor area of rear passenger side seat. Decision made to secure vehicle and wait for EDU to arrive and assess possibility of devices inside. Examination pause while waiting for EDU. Exam continued with EDU. Robinson and Douglas. Nothing obvious to note. Fire department arrived to remove silent patrolman. Open trunk. Open rear driver door. Fire opened hood. Break for lunch. Back at vehicle. Began shoveling and searching debris from front passenger seat area. Placed various degree into bucket with towel. Located the following items of interest: larger spent casing, several buttons with RCMP crest. All that's going to be red surge. Red surge sleeve buttons or similar. Why would he be carrying around spare clothes? Various casings, projectiles possibly separated from each other due to heat and fire. All items placed into clean paper bag. Corporal Jackson to photograph. Some process continued with driver's seat. Nothing of interest noted. A driver's seat. Center console. All appeared to be vehicle components. This area placed into front passenger seat bucket. Learned of possible handcuffs in car. Assisted with search of backseat trunk area. Nothing located. Because while I'm not hearing anything about radios and consoles and all kinds of things, it seems pretty normal. John McKinnon, Insurance Bureau of Canada, arrived, assisted locating VIN. Last 3 digits located on partial remaining dash plate. Took all shovels, trowels, sifters to be washed in ident bay. Received several exhibits from Sergeant McKenna. Casing zip ties from scene at Big Stop. Zip, no shoelace. I guess that's gone. Sergeant Payton arrived to process firearms. Why is that crossed out? He's the firearms guy. Bye-bye. I'm sure you got the ban, so already. He was not my friend, as I recall, he said. $5,325. Yes, and got very pissed at the notion. I don't think Leon ever mentioned she used his phone, though. I believe I asked. It was in questions. And he said it in the interview. Ah, wait a second. Hold on a second. No, he said he didn't know. Shuby witness claims SOC threw yellow vest in the back of the car he lit on fire. What? Well, that kind of makes it hard to find it at Gina's, doesn't it? Maybe he's carrying around extra vests now, too. Planted buttons, maybe with boots, Wortman written on them. Possible, yeah. Anything's possible. Very corrupt. On-shift headquarters process Mazda from Big Stop. Exhibits received from McKenna turned over to Dave. Don't know. At office to be tagged. Clace. Began vehicle exam. Gray Mazda 3. Well, at least they know the color. That's good. Somehow it becomes red. Manufacture date 02/11. Interesting how they don't have the Taurus marked. I don't know if the plate would burn on the door. Staff Sergeant Larry Payton, Northwest, arrived to process firearms. Front passenger seat, magazine with rounds, magazine empty. P magazine 5.56 by 45. Box, orange solvent with mix of ammo. 9mm .223 mag pouch with one 9mm mag rounds in it. Floor magazine ammo container, various ammo, mags, and keys. 2 RCMP magazines, 1 BMG 30 5.56 by 40. Rear passenger seat. Where's the milk container? There's a milk container in the picture. Where's that? Mag loaded on fire, nothing in chamber. Colt Law Enforcement carbine 5.56 semi-auto. Serial number. LEO. Same RCMP issue weapon. Or that RCMP use. Front grip flashlight and rails. Blood on muzzle. Dave Clace noted keys for Ford Taurus in ammo box with tag partial VIN. Info passed on to MCU. Ben Kershaw. PMag. Same magazine for all RCMP carbines. It's made by Magpul. I have been going through witness statements. Think OBR was a wild place. Yes. That's the meetings, the barbecues, the drinking. What is it? I guess they were discussing a lot to do with roads being cleaned. Rear driver's seat, magazine empty, laser pointer on grip. 1 in chamber, safety off, cock back, only slight trigger pull to fire. Strum, Ruger, and Co. 304 9mm P89. No blood noted. CTC grip with switch. 2 engage laser with hand on grip. Driver. Member's pistol, 13 rounds inside 1 chamber. Lots of blood. Lots of blood. What? Smith & Wesson 5.9 B4. Oh, that's the model of Heidi's gun. BDC 6399. On the floor, 6 rounds, round in chamber, CTC on grip. H2Y 270 40 caliber processing firearms. Okay, so the milk container is still missing. That's kind of big. It sticks out. How does that not appear? For sure. Wow. Computer not happy. Yeah. Strange. Certainly looks like a milk jug there. Sloan's notes don't seem to mention milk jug. Pretty hard to miss. Where's phone RCMP officer took off out of gray Mazda and then threw back in? No carbine for Heidi. He took the phone and passed it off. I don't think there was a phone. I'm sorry, I missed that. No milk jug. 15 rounds inside. Removed rounds from each magazine loaded in gun. Ruger 223, Mini 14, 27 rounds, plus one in chamber. Colt carbine, 24 rounds. Lots of different ammunition being used in that. Nags from front passenger seat, one empty, 22. Jesus. Lots of magazines. Jeep key. John Deere key. I feel like there's a lot of items here that we haven't been told about. I don't remember anything about John Deere key. Oh, John Deere something tag. Ford older key fob with switch. Ford older key fob with. I thought there was just one key. I almost feel like there's more guns too. Excalibur International lock key with tag with number 38 RCMP. Number 38, 2017 Ford Taurus. Blue tag with new. All right, back. Maybe there'll be the milk thing here. Cottonelle wipes, Ziploc bag. Wet wipes in Ziploc bag. Honda key with dog and wags and whiskers rag. Extendable key ring with handcuff key and thing. I thought that was in the wallet. Duty belt with extendable baton. Flashlight. Key keeper and cuff key. Handcuff pouch. Empty. Leather wallet with cards. Sean Andrew McLeod. Lanyard with various keys, including RCMP number 1 Ford vehicle keys. There's a lot. Oh, there's the milk jug. A lot of other items here. Water with Farmers 1%. Pair of black leather gloves. Flyers. Bag of garbage. Bulk barn reusable bag. Rear passenger. Reusable shopping bags. Flyers. Tissue box. Umbrella. Garbage bags. Pair of gray socks. Toolkit. Navy gloves. Rear driver's side. Blanket. Snow brush. Headlight kit. Reusable shopping bags. Elastic piece with a plastic ball. Drivers. Kleenex pack. Nail file. Razor blade. Scraper. Garbage bag. Garbage. Napkins. Paper. Receipts. Pen. Reusable shopping bag. Lint roller. Vehicle registration and insurance. Gina and Von M. Goulet. Trunk. Emergency kit. 2 pairs of gloves. A lot of gloves. 2 tire irons. Spare tire. COVID kit. What is a COVID kit? All items placed in trunk of car. Began processing. Is it dogs? Truck in prisoner bag. Truck in prisoner. Oh, truck in prisoner bay. Oh, okay. So this is Hubley and McLeod's Chevy Suburban gold. Overall picture photos taken in trunk. Various items including PDS body armor. 2 Sig Sauer 9mm magazines. Carbine secured in rack. No bullet holes noted on exterior, interior. Open CA chamber examined. Smith & Wesson 9mm with owl or something. At no FLR detail noted. 3 magazines. Some FLR detail with but nothing suitable for comparison. Oh, maybe this fingerprint. Examine Glock with OWL, no FLR detail noted. COVID lots were wearing gloves. Test kit. Sure looks like a phone. Office puts hands in car and takes out what looks like to be a gun. I forgot to mention dog was in there for half an hour. In where? The dog wasn't taken until really late, eh? I think I had it down as 5 something. It actually was much later. Gina's dog. Magazine from front driver's seat. Has lots of FLR detail. Partial palm on rear slide. Flat one. R1 photographed. Fingerprint near rear top edge. R2. Examine Ruger Mini 14. Okay, so they got fingerprints off the guns? Looks like they got some fingerprints. Barrel mounted flashlight, Streamlight, ProTac, HL, serial number, functional, nothing on clip, remains clips, examine, no fingerprint detail. Repackaged all exhibits, reopened and resealed exhibit 4. Forgot to put ammo from clip back in. Dog was left in SUV, police dog. How long? Oh, half an hour. OWL, offensive weapon laser light. Okay. All items into FIS number 2, except for E12. Photography fingerprints tomorrow. So that sounds like they got some fingerprints. Okay. I don't recall being told anything about that. Do you guys? White Wallace. Well, I don't recognize a lot of these names. Mark Bland, I do, certainly. Headquarter Commissioners Keys and BOU. Task report. Donald Keys and Megan Boutelier. $900. Be vigilant for RCMP vehicle. Took Mark Bonnell from Bible Hill who passed on information identified, gave active shooter, 51 Wortman. Mark, let us be aware the shooter has RCMP car in his garage and let the authorities know that. But that all these people who knew about this stuff months and months contacted Laura Seeley, advised that they were aware of the information. Received another tip from Ontario resident Chris Lamoureux, who knew active shooter many years ago. Details Wortman cabin in the Kagawong area of Mataloon Island, Ontario. And he let us know that he is also a sharpshooter. Okay. Just in case he might be headed that way. Sharpshooter. How many are left now, oh dear? 5,338. COM 0002470 has a fingerprint. I don't. Did it match it? They would have items with his fingerprints on it. still from the clinic and shit. I think Rob the carpenter was also. He did. Actually, though, hold on a second. Well, sharpshooter doesn't come up before, does it? What time does that come up? Must be around about the same time. Isn't it Halliday? Sharpshooter? The sniper shit, though, and the 50 caliber, and it's not coming from Rob. Rod McDonald knew about it in the morning and told Peterson, and he swore to it in his affidavit twice. Number passed on to Celia again. She was very appreciative. Assistant Commissioner Bergerman on site. Situation finally ended. They got the suspect in Big Stop. Was advised media will be arriving shortly. 1 o'clock. Don't know what that is. Must be their boss. Angela said lowered flags to half-mast. Press conference at Rotunda at 6. Media need to be in the gate. Corporal Clark has yellow markers placed on Rotunda floor outlining 6-foot distancing. 3:32, 2 vehicles come in. One is Mazda 3 for Ident Bay. The other is Gold Truck for Prisoner Bay. So, of course, CBC on scene. Vehicles have been dropped off at Ident and Secure Bays. So CBC, I presume, would have footage of all of that. Corporal Clark and Greg Kennedy asked if a couple of us stay behind for a few minutes, shift change, need assist to require. They'll stay. Megan Boudelier regarding shooting. Press conference 6:32 done. Of course, because they don't want to talk. We're all finished here. Many people have stopped and approached the outer fence, or HRP members have placed Canadian flag along with flowers in a response to fallen member. Right, and then they said, of course, that was all the public. It wasn't necessarily the public. It was HRP members. There is a vehicle in Wash Bay in relation to the events of the weekend. Curtains are closed, so Wash Bay is out of service till vehicle is removed. The vehicle was brought in by a member and Beaton's Towing. The vehicle has been burned, so there is strong odor in garage. There is a switch by ship's ladder to vent air in the garage area. There are 3 radio chargers plugged in for charging. They are Staff Sergeant Kelly, Lower Sackville. There are some keys in an envelope there for him for vehicles to be used to get to and from scenes. He will pick them up in the morning. Tip from retired military police badge 5386, Thomas Cribby. In relation to Frank's magazine article 2 months ago, suspect chaining HRP vehicle parked in front of his business while officers investigating another incident in Dartmouth. He also offered condolences. So I guess this guy called about the article. They have multiple calls from retired members offering condolences. Young woman by the name of RR calling from Alberta informed us, aha, bingo. That's the woman from the article. I don't know how the fuck that guy found that lady, and he said, one moment. Okay. That's that article from, let's see if she's got something. She was the one who went out with him, said he was a nice guy, definitely knew him because details came out later about the apartment. Right. And of course, nobody did an interview with her. Huh. Nope. Kind of an important witness. Yeah. Yeah. It was I can dig back and find out. I was trying to narrow down what the exact date was, but it was I think I did get it down to something. It was really, really early. Let's see if I can find it. Stashed away some Alberta. You can see the masthead on that publication. Green. Apartment building. Apartment. And sailboat, I believe. Todayville. This article. Sharpshooter, yeah, 11:01. But Peterson's, because he just came on shift and he was at the gas station, Rod McDonald called and informed him of sniper rifles, plural, and a .50 caliber. How the fuck would he know that? Mild-mannered person. And she can't rectify what happened. This lady, and that's her. RR. Informed us the past relationship, I'm pretty sure, and had broken up with him only shortly thereafter. This occurred about 22 years ago. As recently as 4 to 5 years ago, the young woman's grandmother passed away. She reached out to Mr. Wortman. He became irate and obnoxious. Mr. Wortman also was her grandmother's denturist. If the morning team could pass that along. Oh, but that's quite different than the article. It doesn't mention anything about the grandmother. past girlfriend of Wortman's from 20 years ago, who did not want to be identified, said, "When I heard his name and saw his face on the TV, my heart sunk to my feet," explaining, "I got chills of what I was thinking. Why would he kill all these people? He was a good person. He worked hard. People liked him. It just doesn't make sense. I can't believe he did what he did. I feel so bad for all the victims' families." She said that during their off again on and off dating for around a year and a half, I saw no guns, there was no aggression or violence. The only time I ever saw him get really mad or anything is when we broke up and I moved to Western Canada, adding, "We had talks about how he wanted to get married one day, have kids. He wanted me to work in the denture clinics." Gabe had a lot of things by the time in his 20s. He had businesses, houses, apartment buildings, sailboat. See, this was the giveaway, because those details don't come out until November, and this was right away. So I would suspect that this person was true. Cars and many other things, toys for a young man. Continuing, "I was very young, 22, wasn't ready to settle down. All the things getting more serious relations. Now talking through tears. It's like yesterday. I remember what he told me when I broke up with him, that I was leaving the province, explaining it gave her chills thinking about it. He was angry at me. He told me I was making a huge mistake and that he would take care of me and that one day I would regret that I could have all this. Now, 20 years later in Alberta with 2 children, just thought of my life, my kids, my family home, what my family back home." Okay, so there's mention of Nova Scotia and what all this would have meant today. No mention of grandma, no mention of obnoxious and angry, irate denturist for grandma. And yet that article is there. Much has happened over 12 hours. Okay. Well, maybe those were inserted details. Addie McCallum, Brock Brooks, CID, Brendan Harvey, CID, Andrew Drowdery, CID, Lorac. Oh, there's the French person. The radio issues. Is that him? Adu? Suppose it could be Al Como, but I think it was Adu. Gallant, Leger, McDonald. A lot of JDiv notes. Barnhill, there's something interesting in Barnhill's notes about Lisa. I can't remember what it is. Ed Clark, Davidson, Ingram, Kyle Josie. Were those out before? Lawless. The 2 in the helicopter, Josie and Lawless. Andrew Ryan, Jeff West, and McGilvery. Report. Where was the scribe notes for the evening? I did get the person's name too. I think it's a woman. MCU list of notes. No notes, no notes, no notes. Yeah, no notes. No notes, no notes, no notes. Uh-huh. because that's the way it goes. Halliday, so then obviously there's something going on here with Halliday's notes. It's a task. Dave Gannon's handwritten notes. Notes from review of surveillance camera. Odd. Lynch, Nancy Lynch. Cacron. I'm looking for crime scene ones. Cacron, but there should be more. Dow, Sorino, Cheeseman, Leah Scanlon, 1920, April 1920, Sergeant Dave Morin. Notes extracted from Lisa's cell phone. Sloan. Okay, there's a crime scene one. Oh, already read that. Landry. Lafferty's notes. Kevin Hovey. Steve Ettinger. These are tasks, so sometimes they're Sergeant Bovine contacted now retired Staff Sergeant Ettinger to request any completed notes reports pertaining to involvement April 18-19. Ettinger advised he did not create any notes or reports pertaining to assisting on those days. Right. Ettinger attended Truro OCC late hours Saturday, April 18 in the morning. At 19 to assist risk manager Rehill. Ettinger referred to Rehill's notes on a scratch pad, which are document under related link task 15.8.1. Of course, because people don't take notes. Buggy, who's gone off the radar. Learning, I guess this must be prior to charges. Fahy Lilly. I believe I've looked at that. Oh, Logan notes. I think those were out before. All these ones are HRP, I think. Sid's notes through internal messages. That might be good. You understand SIDS, don't you, Todd? Jenny says Lisa stopped returning messages at 8 o'clock last night. Was extremely out of character. SOC dating Leon, last name unknown, last year. Prior to hanging up, male in background possibly heard saying SOC killed and calm screamed before disconnecting. Sorry? SOC dated Leon unknown, last name unknown. Prior to hanging up, in background possibly heard saying SOC killed and calm screamed before disconnecting. Jenny screamed when she heard Wortman was dead and then hung up the phone? Okay. Oh, okay. I thought SIDS is your thing. What is it? Not SIDS. The other one? Maybe. Jody. Justin Zoll. Fire was lit in back road near his house yesterday. In case info for future non-urgent. Jim Brown says fire was lit on back road near his house. Laurie Thomas lives in Manitoba. Okay. She knows something all about. She has some issue with Brenda and the house sale. Laurie Thomas. Andrew McDonald. He advised he was one person that was shot in Portapique. He advised he was one of the persons shot in Portapique. Okay. He's at his father's residence in Shots Lake. Requested to be advised when it's safe to go home, as he has dog in the house. Okay, here's CSI. Called unregistered sale reports. Wortman built his log home warehouses business for himself. Cubby holes, okay. Right, he has nail grenades, and he also likes to make CSI tapes that you hold on to for 20 years. Richard Laurie states Gabriel Wortman in his yard yesterday, 3 o'clock, states they're both denturists, SOC in Jeep, wife with him. Okay, I heard about this all earlier. Very interesting. Okay, it's there. Margaret Johnson, reporting 10 minutes ago, cop car seen with lights, drivers past, heading towards Tuaki. This is at 11:15. Heading towards Stuyak. Well, that doesn't seem to fit. So I'm doing my... Lenny Bonner knows Wortman. Wortman does not have cell phone, may have girlfriends. Called yesterday morning, has .357 Magnum. That would be the Don Johnson .357 Magnum that he illegally acquired and illegally transferred. And nobody did anything about it. Oh, the clinic was for sale, $1.5 million. Suspect in custody at 11:33. blank as he, oh, that's phone number, Kuchka. 4 other members headed up this way. Would like to know how they can get here. Taylor Andrews. Aaron O'Brien. Phyllis McNutt. Cabin was next to Shooter's and is wondering if hers burnt down. Anybody interview Phyllis McNutt? I'm presuming no. Charles Sutherland from BC. He is unable to reach stepmom, Jill Sutherland. Jill didn't want to do an interview. Said no, not her cup of tea. Cannot reach her on cell or home phone. The RCMP apparently were very nice to her and liked to hang out with her every day. Not sure why she didn't want to participate and help give families some answers, but I suppose that's Nick Beaton, Bonnie Oliver, 1240. Jenny Kierstead. Was she calling back again? It seems to be almost a verbatim repeat. Interesting. Okay. Somebody called about Hunter Road. I understand that. About a shop behind his residence. Some person. Helicopter from Ottawa is coming. Please call Sergeant Major Crime Angela McKay. She needs to know all members were struck. All members that were struck ASAP. Bolo stuff. Email from Ratier to Leather Notes. Sirs, here are Glenn's notes and my review timeline in relation to emergency alert EMO. I'd like to know where her calls on the radio are, where she's telling them to not go in and check on for survivors on Cobequid. This doesn't have a report in the notes. Left residence to attend Tantallon. Shane McIver to Sean. Advised being posted to conduct scene security 2310 Highway 2 Melford EHS wounded member. Okay, I've seen that before. Notes from Campbell's CBC interview, June 24th. That's the one that never aired? They kept telling families, "Oh, no, hold on, there's going to be something really big." They kept slipping it in and out of that thing, out of that article. He, McGilvery, Clark's notes. Leather to Diamopolis, Amherst meeting, June 8th. Dwayne Cooper, notes from Amherst meeting. Maybe it was Amherst that happened at. Letter regarding Constable Wiley's notes. During the course of this interview, Lori Ward to Rachel Young. Greg Wiley was asked to check his relevant notes pertaining to Gabriel Wortman. We have confirmed Wiley subsequently made a search, of course, did not locate. Notes Campbell. Professor Walk. Don't know what that is. Interview with Tiff Ward. Notes of recorded interview. What does that mean exactly? Interviewee did not wish to be recorded. Transcribed notes only. Okay. I guess that's like the optional Sharpie. Interesting. Glenn Bonvie, a lot of notes. Wanda Fletcher. Gray notes, 19 to April 28. Is this the other notebook? No. 27 pages. I can't remember what the other one was. There's missing pages from her notebook. Patrick Menil, prose, Ivani notes, leather notes. I think there's a whole bunch of new leather notes in here. Clark Mahar, Constable Daly. Okay, I was looking for Constable Daly's notes for something rather earlier. Six hours of uploading. They're pissing their pants. Daly's notes. Constable. For some reason, I was looking for something. Wow, that's great. That one I've seen. What's this one? Oh, I haven't seen this one before. Retired. Notes made at 12:06, still on scene, came on shift, was advised by Jameson there had been 12:06 p.m. 12:06 p.m. a.m. There had been a shooting in Bible Hill area last night. Suspects still not found. Several shooting while on shift. And several other members in area. Something report of a suspect driving marked police vehicle, something Highway 2 towards Halifax. I followed Sergeant Bernard and Constable Gibson. Oh, yes, that's why I was looking. 2 police cars reported to have collided on scene. PCs both in flames at Shuby Highway 2 ramp. Member laying on the shoulder of the road. Deceased. Scene held. Suspect. 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 Just ends. Okay. That doesn't make any sense. HRP notes. Peter McCarran. RCMP. Why does that denote RCMP? Sergeant, Halifax District. Oh, I see. Bousquet doing crime scene management for Morrison. What time is this? Is it evening? 07:54 on the 19th. Does that say 07:54? Got call in at 6:20. 07:54? '41 and 46. DeVoe and Malaeus. I don't think I recognize those names. Down on Cobequid Court. McCarran. All right, so he was down there. He calls it Portapic Crescent. Low Dwayne Kelly 1. Morrison sounds the right time for Morrison sounds right. Notes are extremely bad for most members. Oh, basically non-existent. Really weird. After Chad gets shot, Heidi's radio goes silent in the transcripts. Well, except for the fact that, who was it, Sergeant, what is his name, believes that he spoke to the perpetrator on the radio. Rose, Mark Rose. Seemingly absent from the radio. H strong 2 notes disclosure. Mosier. The real Don Mosier. Voy. $19th. No mention of Lisa. Interesting. Electronic notes compilation. Draft. Eh? What the fuck does that mean? Oh, this thing. CIC scribe notes. See, there's notes being taken. And it was a woman, it was a lady, I believe. Right here, 352, 325, sorry, CIC scribe notes. This set of notes is missing. Yeah, I haven't seen them. The afternoon notes are there, but I can't remember the person's name. It was a woman. Who was then replaced by a guy. Notes of Thompson. Cromwell to disclosure of Campbell's notes. I think we've already been through that one. Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan's notes. Cindy Bears. Cindy Bears is somebody. She's communications number 2, Stratcoms. But they seem to like to write her out a little bit. How far do these notes go? April 21 to three. Sorry, I'm just scanning to see. About guns. Need to address questions related to weapons, firearm acquisition certificate, etc. CERT. Brief. Deputy Minister Committee teleconference. Deputy Minister was the go-between. Spoke to Sharon Tessier regarding some concerns related something timeline. let's fast forward to the 28th. 24, 27. No notes. 25, 26, 28. Review of emails and correspondence. SEC, SMT, and teleconference, something, voice call and teleconference. Spoke to Leah Scanlon, H Division Strategic Comms, related to something to the press conference today, related to wow. Related to something something not the geez. Also the fact that the shooter's other residence was searched was negative for firearms. Oh, porn? You guys are already all over the porn. Teleconference with Commissioner Bergerman, Leather, Campbell, Scanlon, Tessier, Dan Bryan to discuss Nova Scotia mass shooting file and more, and some concerns of the commissioner related to media comms and communication between national headquarters and division. Now that's 4:30 p.m. Okay, so he's it's like it didn't really happen, but some concerns, I think, would be the operative word there. Leather, I'm sure that there's a bunch of new leather stuff there. Sharon Tessier from the 19th. Diamopoulos. I don't know if we had Diamopoulos' notes before. Inspector Andrew Matthews. The 28th, Leah Scanlon. Okay. Attended the office, got Commissioner something to commanding officer's office with changes to send out, met with Dave Chubb on item praise support, something about yesterday with commanding officer, went and visited, alert, self-doubt for people who were there, alert. Frontline members who put life on the line. Put your life on the line. Right people, good decisions made. Brief commanding officer on communications with NCS. Spoke to Lee about hard body armor, crystal ball, carbine. What? Pretty sure that says crystal ball. Yeah, okay. Lee. Act out of heroism by our members. Something, grace of God. Well, hey, there's God-fearing people. Emphasis on up, trained, something commander who are experts, OCC, risk managers, dispatchers. What can I say? I like spanking Balin and porn bots. I was watching my TV, not paying attention to chat. Porting information. Okay. Oh. 1 o'clock. Call from Deputy Brannon. Minister will announce new gun. Something registration. Okay. What does this word say? Right here. New something. New gun. Something registration. In DC comments today. DC. What is DC? Deputy Commissioner. What was seized? Gunman. Long guns and handgun. Regime. Gun regime. New gun regime. Okay. Gun. Well, yeah. I think that's G. Gun regime. Yeah. Gun regime registration. In DC comments today. Darren Campbell. In Darren Campbell comments today. What was seized gunman? Long guns and handgun. We've searched other residents and no further weapons found. So, okay, she's talking to Brennan about it at 1 o'clock. So that's going to be 12 o'clock in his notes. What weapons were seized? Were they used to kill people? Forms a part of the investigation. Long barrel .308 rifle. Huh? Was she carbine? Yes. She received training. Constable Stevenson. Long guns and a handgun, not handguns. Long guns and a handgun. Interesting. Singular. Can I determine if we can get into some details about seized and another place and no further. Details about seized. Looks like seized, right? Can I determine if we can get into seized? Email Brennan. Okay, so there should be an email between Leah and Brennan. Alert ready. Meeting with DOJ, Minister Fury, Chris Leather, Lee, Deb Trask, Costa, Derek Santasuso, Scott McCroson, Christine Mouton, and with DOJ. Scott's got to be Scott McCroson. Minister allow is Wanda. Oh, it is Wanda. Allow Wanda general introduction. Wanda, have a conversation about unforeseen circumstances, overflow 911 calls, capacity to manage the calls, Lee, 911 system, IES, who overwhelmed past alert, put inundated, who overwhelmed post alert. Okay, so I think this is all the test on the 24th. Junk. Put the sit rep together over the weekend. Issue significant because two systems are not compatible. National headquarters and Chiefs Association of Chiefs of Police, Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police will be doing review and research on capacity of alert and dynamic. See, they're just building their defense. It's all, this is sick. This is really sick shit. Thanks for being available. Lee turns the floor to Chris. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Mark, when you talk about 911, referring to ours as the main hub and the other three, something they stacked. I think that's the overflow for the 911 plus. They have 4 centers. Chris, I too have concerned as the deputy minister about whether we initiate or not. Public or police officers have set expectations in a shots fired or active situation. Chris said he cannot imagine a scenario. Right. Something and appropriate calls were not going to get answered. Public safety, officer safety concern, that's what's significant. How do we manage expectations of the public? Wasn't it Leah was talking about her granddad and how it wasn't a good idea to use alert because then it actually just jeopardizes people's safety because people would shoot them. EMO system was refreshed a number of years ago. Hand in glove, whether it's lines, resources, we will pull municipal something. Scott McCroson, downloads have stopped. Okay, this is the 28th, April 28th. Leah Scanlon notes. Both guns shown are 223-556, not 308. Yeah. Don't know where the 308 is exactly coming from. Scott McCroson, so he's the lawyer, legal stuff, RCMP in Nova Scotia. Leah provided an update to explain what I meant by impact to us in terms of messaging to the public, clarity on messaging to public, and minister thanked me for clarity. Everybody just likes thanking each other for failed jobs. Scott, re-expectation of what we might be faced, I think, be faced with shortly. I don't say faced, but I think that's what it's what we might be faced with shortly. I think she maybe just doesn't know that you. It's not face. Christine, goal is to get a message. Unintended consequences. Canadian Chiefs Association Chiefs of Police and Contract and Indigenous Policing equals collaborative. Okay, so she's initialed this. Press conference with Darren Campbell at 4 o'clock. Are there any protocols in place with the province or emergency alert? Okay, so this is obviously black and white, and this looks to be in color. Never understood why somebody's pressing different buttons. Maybe they're inserting the color pages after. Are there any protocols in place with the province on emergency alert following press event? Received a call from Brian, and he requested a teleconference. Commissioner, feeling uncomfortable, request from myself. It was not done. Took that it was done. Frustrated, disappointed, disrespected. Flow of information is minimal. 2 sit rep reports, sit reps in the flow of information. Comms is not in the loop. We promised a chronology. Saddened that people are not providing information. Lee commanding officer received call from Deputy Brennan. Post press event at 5:10. Requested a teleconference with commanding officer and others. Darren, me, Chris, Sharon, Commissioner Dan Bryan. Oh, okay. Teleconference from 5:20 to 6:30. Commission left headquarters at 7 o'clock. So there were 2 calls? There were 2 calls. One before and one after. The one before might be very interesting, and I'm assuming that Dan recorded that too. Requesting business about the guns. Let's see. Deputy Commissioner Darren Campbell's comments today. New gun regime registration. Wow. You can see, of course, where the priorities are, right? Guns. Something else happened down there? Oh, sorry about that. Meeting with DOJ, Fury, Leather, Lee, Debbie Trask, Costa, Derek, Scott McCroson, Christine Mouton and with DOJ. Minister want allow. Okay. Did he record both? You think he would have? Oh, our was, oh yeah, well, that's the incomplete, right? Where's the rest of the recording? They want to, some press outlets are kind of pushing that garbage around that they try and make it like that's the whole phone call, and it's not. It's only 26 minutes or whatever of an hour and 10 phone call. But he wasn't Brian present in 2? Or sorry, Dan Breen, wasn't he present in 2 meetings here? Or just the one? Well, I'd like to hear more about that. Obviously can't. And sadly, the difficult to rely upon. Where she was coming from at that point in time, or were they just inserting garbage? All right, so Bergerman's notes. Let's see what she's got down on the 28th. 8 strong meeting. 27. Finance update. Aha. Oh yes, I remember these. What is this exactly? I have a notebook. I don't know what that is. That's like inserted goo. Let's just add some stuff. Okay, so I guess that would be in here, the meeting, maybe. So there ain't nothing. There's another great notebook for you. You like that? Looks good, eh? Kind of looks like a notebook. Not. It's whatever it is. Because 29, 30, 206. Maybe she had an early day. Just, throw random papers in, random pages. It's all for good measure. A fucking joke. Is that black paper? That's special DOJ paper. Sharpie paper. What? Whose notes was that? Where they were reverse imaged? They're black? They're black and then the writing in it is blue? I can't remember whose that was. Atlantic Police Academy, Deputy Commissioner, 29. Okay, let's see if he's got anything December related. December 17. No. November 25, that might be. Okay, that looks helpful. Phone call with Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, Commanding Officer of H Division. Thanks. That's helpful. Irrelevant. Oh boy. Yeah. I can't keep repeating the same line. These things have to be justified legally. You can't just run around and say, well, that's irrelevant. we don't need to talk about that. You actually have to be able to justify that legally. This is a joke. Whoever is doing redactions is going to get fired. All of those people. And potentially they could get sued. Whew. Well, okay, that wasn't very helpful. April 27. Oh, there's no April 28. It was April 28, wasn't it? No, not April 28. What date was that? Where's that? Where's that video? Yeah, April 28th. Interesting. No notes, April 28th. No, I think there may have been something right in here. Moving along. April 12th, 8 strong 2. What are you doing? But I thought 8 strong 2 was the amalgamator of data, not the response. Timely disclosure. In collaboration with DOJ. Relevant information. You mean like the stuff that you decide isn't irrelevant? Supporting the appearance of RCMP witnesses before the commission, including communication and ensuring mental wellness support of employees like they care. Identifying and informing the RCMP when it's appropriate, its partner agencies of lessons learned from this tragedy and law enforcement responses to it. Analyst, civilian. Wonder who that was. ×1. Oh. Is there there's other things going on here. Maybe they're handling all the stuff for the disclosure to the court cases too. Nice. the request for additional funding. But what about the funding coming out of E Division? I guess that's not on this map. Jesus. 1,800 tasks, 2,800 task action reports, 6,440 documents, 18,000 multimedia, and over 1,300 people carded in this file, including over 400 police personnel. The investigation did involve exhaustive examination of police response, including transcribing all of the 911 and police dispatch transmission, identifying GPS locations of police vehicles responded that 13-hour period. Ultimately, less than 5% of the investigation data set is required by the Crown to support the prosecution. However, obviously, all of it is very relevant to the Mass Casualty Commission. Charges against James Banfield, Lisa Brian Brewster. U.S. charges continuing. Well, they said they're not going to do anything. There are also 2 workplace investigations that have been initiated. Federal response obligated, ESDC, Recently, following the release of the CERT report, ESDC has expanded its investigation. I want to see all their stuff. Because they are probably a little bit more independent. Not that they are, but there's good stuff in their interviews. The ones that I've seen, there's only released 2 or 3. RCMP obligation, Okay, so the Hoyt, multiple overlapping issues, even more importantly, ensuring employees are supported. Created from IMT January, inquiry announced, responsible for response, but also responding to ESDC and Hoyt investigation. Slide 8. Right. Project Care. Interesting. That's out of Alberta. Missing women. Project Even-Handed. I don't know what these 2 are. Anybody recognize that? Even-Handed or Epseta? Sex workers. Interesting. Epiceta. EPC. E Division. 18-month investigation into the Surrey 6 slayings. Well, here we go back to John Robin. Sorry. Still missing 351. Canada has disclosed over 77,000 documents to the Commission. Quote, however, if you have advised the Commission, you have advised the Commission cannot receive documents after today. Pardon? What? The MCC said that? Really? Medical record is February 25th, 2022, COM 0039106. Maybe it's not new, but I haven't downloaded it before. I don't know what medical record that is. I mean, is extortion funding on funding that funding list? Yeah. No, well, no. That just goes without saying. No info on EHS, but they took her to the hospital. Code 2 RCMP. Follow. Oh, okay. The medical word file. Is that what that is? The word file with no names. Yeah. If that's the one you're speaking of. That's the one I have seen that. Yeah. The commission thought of the allegations wrongdoing. Sit rep report was relevant. Lori Ward just shut it down. Used OIC mandate against them to limit their scope and deemed it irrelevant based on letter October 21st. Okay, so invasion is probably going through Lori Ward, Cromwell stuff. I love that stuff, but I don't know if people are really into that. That's like, I don't know. I'll have it'll make me smile. So reading lawyers just bantering. Not sure if you went through that already. No, I didn't. If this quotation I'm totally unfamiliar with. You have advised the commission cannot receive documents after today? No. Totally unaware of that. Okay, so they have more to disclose than the 77,000 documents. So I guess we're only getting about 10%. No, less than that, right? Probably 9%, 8%. And then they shut her down. Nice. Lori Ward to Emily Hill. Good. Calm. That's just great. These people, of course, just on their time or on the time mandate. That's our excuse. Fucking losers. Email from Sandy Marteau, exhibited seized from FBI notes and custody chain report. Yes, there were some things seized in the United States, I believe. Sean attached my notes regarding transferred exhibits from FBI to our custody. All exhibits have been added to the pros file and a temporary locker 19 to be added to property tags. I copied chain of custody reports, the entire, left them on your desk as you wanted them to be added to your file. Okay. Brocklebank notes. Redacted McGowan notes. What? Yeah. Inspector McGowan. Irrelevant. Meeting with Chief Superintendent John Robin. Something Norman, Tark Norman. Dave Elms. March 12th continued. April 9th, timeline presentation. What we know at the time, what we know now. Presentation for CPC AC, is that Atlantic College? No. ACCIC. Nothing new, CICs, etc. But need to something existing group, TL often CICs. Terms of reference scope of who it goes to. What are we looking for out of this? Save our ass. March 26th. Meeting with HDiv, John Robin, Darren Campbell, Don Moser, the real Jamie Solomay, Phil don't know. Tark Norman, Dave Elms, Ree H. Strong, and me. Analysis of the response critical incident program. Terms of reference are the overall police response blend of RCMP and outside agencies to have I don't know, incomplete sentence. Identify a number that can assist the ERT side, OPP, TRV, arm's length from the RCMP. A mandate between would be drafted. Mandate letter would be drafted. Looking for non-RCMP person to lead. Oh, thank goodness they're actually trying to appear. Need to look at mandate letter to get better assessment of what's wanted. You know what's wanted. Gord Corbet as a possible CIC reviewer from RCMP. Sean Foley, writer, NOISP. Dave Springer, OPP. Meeting with H. Strong. Who Gord Corbet issues it will affect us. Irrelevant. Of course, irrelevant. Where are the word transcripts for LB Banfield unless it was recorded? Look at the PM's notes. Look like the PM's notes. Whose? Oh, it was certainly recorded. Because you just handily have your recorder. I think they do carry that around. So this is Brockle. Who? Brockle Bank. No idea. Anybody know? CIC review discussion. Darren Campbell, John Robin, McGowan, Janice S., Phil, Dave, Tara Norman. Okay, Tara Norman. Okay, so this is somebody else, part of the commander in charge review stuff for inquiry. Are you asking or inquiry or inquiry? CIC rep, renew team, GD, general duty, ERT, CIC blended. Listen, you guys, focus on sandwiches. That's where you're good. I don't think you can do anything more in meetings and sandwiches and garbage speak. Provincial police, municipal, have setting, individual GD, 6 people, non-personnel. This stuff is all going to come in handy for other things down the line. Looks like Prime Minister notes, making with joke. Yeah. Okay, so here's somebody also in that. All right, Dennis Daly. Two specific days with Dennis Daly. Why? Unless there's other ones that have been filed. Wednesday, May 27th. H. Strong discussion. Something leather. Christine Kilford, Scott McGowan. Irrelevant. Of course it's irrelevant. Not like they're only focusing pretty much on H. Strong and cover-up ops. CIS Bulletin. Truro Truro disclosed to CBC as per FOIPOP timeline and summary to Truro PD this week, discussing better for chief, discussing letter from chief to CBC, disclosure from Truro PD. We're engaged when 1 to 1.5 hours until call. Chief's letter and redacted. Something has gone to CBC. What RCMP called Lee CIS? Okay. HDiv H strong. Wow, I don't know. Maybe the looks like the writing gets a little sloppier. Maybe it was a bad night the night before or something. November 5th. May 27th. Okay. Oh, we've already looked at this one. Cooper notes. Notes on TMR2 and Nice Logger. Huh. What's going on this side? Anything crazy? $13.50. Doesn't appear like it. Hello, Tara. Interviews. Was LB cautioned before they questioned her and recorded her in the EHS bus on the way to hospital? I don't believe so, but they claim that they weren't investigating her, right? She wasn't a suspect, even though Mallory Colpitz said she and Leon were arrested. I don't know. Patrick Zimmerman, Kate Rodler, Aaron Patton, Healy. It's a small world. Colleen Nasseth. I don't think I ever talked about this. Colleen Nasseth appears as a civilian witness in terms of the stuff in Cloverleaf and what she witnessed down in Shubenacadie. Colleen Nasseth also appears as a witness because she is the manager of the Shubenacadie Radio Communications. It's a very small world. So the 911 shit. Sean Codlong. Tom Weber. Joey's dad. Obtained statement from Thomas George Weber, victim, father, Association Leger. Raymakers met with Tom Weber to obtain details. Who was the driver of the escape? No statement obtained, as all of Weber's info was third hand from Joey's girlfriend and sister. Thomas Weber did not witness any of the events. Burris tasked with contacting Thomas Weber to determine if he had contact with Joey in the morning and provide details. Contacted him, learned that Thomas had spoken to Joey the day before, but had not contacted him, on the 17th, and not had contact with him on the 19th. Thomas received a call from Shonda because Joey had not returned home. That's kind of a dead end, isn't it? Dean Martin. Mescal. No, I don't believe she was cautioned. Not in that one. Crops to crops request. Oh. Okay. When was this done? August. So that's before Chair McDonald, I believe. So they wouldn't have known to ask her about shut her down. I don't think. Was that out before Dusty and Roddy? Glenn Byrne. Devona Coleman. Lisa Croteau. Nathan Forrest. Grund. Mills. Noggle. Bill Neal. Stuart Baselt. Greg Wiley. That's big. 71. Jacques Bro. Okay, he's the D49 guy. When was that done? Updated. Must be like Lisa's inserting of the peer list and stuff. Updated. Okay. Eric Mont. Darren Bernard. Julia. On the 19th, she wasn't. Where's the October? Is it October? October interview with Lisa that nobody seems to have. There's Judge Al Bejan saying it's not a feminine violence. Olu Brown, that one's just weird. diagram from Mass Casualty Commission interview of Jennifer McCallum. Okay, well, that's OCC stuff. There's Lorna, I think, has got to be Glenn's wife or something. Lorna Byrne, Rodney Peterson, Wayne Sutherland, Steve Halliday, Addie McCallum, Al Carroll, Dean Martin. Interview plan for Brian Brewster. Banfield Brewster interview objectives. Brian Barton. Trent Milton. Larry Labadie. Oh, Cody Zelli. Who's talking to me about Cody Zelli? Somebody. Oh, Cody Zelli. This is out of the U.S., isn't it? No. Oh, Cody Zelli, right. Cody Zelli is the person who's about Beijing, isn't it? The person who phones Beijing. This was all very odd, too. Even Al Beijing was like, I don't quite understand how that person knew to warn me. Dean Dillman, Autumn, William Acker, Bill Acker, Sean Conlog, David Faulkner, David McGrath, Harlan Rushton, Dan McDonald with Motorola. Alfred Grew, Natasha Jameson, Nicholas Trudell, Operation Manual, Statements of Suspects, Accused Persons and Witnesses, Melinda Day, Ken Corkum. Wow, there's a lot on here I haven't read before. Joan Garden, Donna Lee, Ettinger, questions from interview with O'Brien. Rock. According to your report, Constable Basalt called you shortly before 10 p.m. to discuss the possibility of a perpetrator being in a decommissioned police car. Okay. Oh, it's one of these. Fuck, I hate when they do this. Oh, these are just the questions. Was this what they asked at the recorded session? Family interview. Family. Where's the 357 from Dawn? How's that come to pass? Chris Wortman's second interview. Transcript, recorded interview, Sharon and Tim. Dwayne Pike. Okay, he came up from, wasn't it Dwayne Pike that came up in yesterday? Friends with excuse me, with Miriam. Randy Slaughter. Wow, there's just a lot. Is anybody reviewing stuff on their own and coming across anything? Oh, Heather Byrne. Also, we have a Heather as well. Wow, it really does. Stephen Carroll. Bose. Serena Lewis. Was that the lady who... Serena Lewis? Is that the lady who got arrested? No. Okay, sorry. Big mix up there. Dave Melanson. Oh, Harlan was at the comfort station? Somebody else was there. Maybe somebody told me that. I forgot. I didn't know somebody was there. But have they put John Hudson's interview back up? Jerry Rose, Angela McKay. I think Angela went responses following ECMI and mass casualty interview. This is EHS stuff. Light. There's nothing really specific in there. Banfield interviews. 6, 11, 13, 20. Leon interview. Release on the 17th of May, 2022. Aisha Zafar. What's that? Oh, CBSA. Sean Auld. Colonel David Holmes. Letter regarding clarification from interview. Is that Peterson? Intimate partner violence. $319 documents still left to go. And we're now 7 hours and 15 minutes in. I don't think this is a question of slow internet. Wow. There's a lot left I've got to read. Brenda Lucky interview. I don't think I read that. When was that done? August 4th. Okay. So, well, they obviously knew about the tapes. Brian Brennan. Costa. Interesting. No, who is BR? There is no interview with Santa Suso. Avalon Sexual Assault Center. And Christina Feifeld is there. Okay. Well, I'm going to probably shut her down. 37 of you. Jeez. You guys, oh, what's this story? Victim service, Serena Lewis testified to MCC, scolded and his in Gannon's notes. Okay, interesting. What changes think Musk buying tweeters? Well, there should be a bunch. There's a whole bunch of interviews missing. Wow. There's just a whole bunch of stuff missing. Let's see, did they do 703 yet? Nope. Any interesting task reports? pictures, Wortman, Chris Wortman, Fisher residence, Maori coal pits. That's about cameras. Mosier Whitman has pictures from Shubenacadie. Saw 2 gunmen with rifles and somebody on the ground. Alan Weber, Thomas Weber, Mascal. I don't know who this person is. Hearing a shot around 8:30, so Hunter Road. Of course, Terry Brown. Terry Brown, Dave Melanson did everything on Hunter Road. Not at all suspect. Even though they should have probably been riding desk. Gina Goulet residence. Noisp. Nova Scotia assist with Alan Wortman. Any new videos or anything? Don Johnson 2. How Don hasn't been charged is beyond me. Task 60 video timeline. All right, so they have 50 plus sources of video. Look, it's a car. Yeah, it's got to be him. That's for sure him. But it's a car. Yeah, it's him. Can't you tell? What the fuck? $10.32 mock PC Roops Esso. Really now? Oh yeah, that's definitely him. Case closed. It's all done. All these hours and hours and hours. No. All right, well, Peerless 7,000 Nova Scotia, Peerless, Custer Track, Vegas serial numbers, Jenkins. I'd like to, it's not that I'm questioning victims, but I'd like to understand the uniforms. That one's really disturbing me. From Sean. It didn't get challenged, so I guess there must be some validity to it. So anyway, 7 hours, 23 minutes, 39 of you here. Wow, unbelievable. Okay, so hopefully we'll get the other 300 and some odd that are missing And there should be a lot more than that. But anyway, and we can regroup and try and divide something up. All right. God bless you all. God bless 23.